You guys are probably wondering why I'm doing nothing. I'm looking at the tech people giving me the signal to do something. I get a thumbs up. How exciting is this, guys? We're here, networking, face-to-face, in really challenging times. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Lincoln University campus. Welcome to B.linc Innovation. My name is Wim, and I'm part of the B.linc team, but more importantly, I'm part of the team that is delivering to you the FFA Challenge 2022. Really exciting having you guys here. And I was talking to Michelle and Gerard this morning and to David, and I think what excites us most is that you guys are already doing the things that we think is probably most important, talking to each other. And this morning will be all about talking to each other and listening to other people's stories. Because why would you want to reinvent the wheel if the wheel already exists? Why can't you use an idea that somebody has and just modify it into your industry or into your area? That's what this is all about. That's what this day is all about. This day is also about the agenda and being agile and being entrepreneurial. So we've planned this perfectly to a T, Michelle, right? And we actually planned this perfectly, had all these wonderful speakers lined up that were going to be here. We were flying people in, and then there was this thing called being agile. And then there was this thing being entrepreneurial. Some of you, also the cohort of 2022, some of you are looking at this from their couch feeling absolutely miserable because they tested positive. Some of our speakers tested positive, even this morning, right? So then you get a phone call at a 6:45, sorry, I can't come. For some of the speakers that couldn't come, we have actually inserted videos. So we asked them to pre-record. But of course, when somebody calls you at 6:45 in the morning, and this person sounded really sick, right? So you don't want to say, well, you promised, right? So then you, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, you need to be agile. That's what we're going to do today. I'm not worried. You know why? Because you have already found each other. You guys are talking to each other. You guys are networking. So what are we going to do today? Today will be all about hearing stories from wonderful entrepreneurs, from small to large, from companies that already have products in market to companies that are still trying to get funding and are very much in the R&D area. So you will hear about their journey. And just if you listen to those stories, figure out, okay, Wim said, do not reinvent the wheel. So what is this in this story that I can use in your own journey to go to market and to come with a minimal viable product? Lunch, food, quality of lunch will be absolutely stunning. So you guys will be fed. You'll be fed well. So do not worry about that. There will be plenty of coffee and tea. So stick around for that. Then we have the quick fire pitches. What we're going to do there is we actually invited the Canterbury ecosystem to come in here. So we have Christchurch, we have Christchurch City Council, we have Selwyn Council, accountants, banks, basically talking you through the ecosystem that this wonderful greater Christchurch area and the Canterbury region has to offer. Again, there, don't look at that as a sales pitch. Look at that where you could ask that what you think, well, this is a question that I've asked before, but I never got the right answer. Talk to these people, network. So a lot of them are actually sticking around for the drinks and nibbles afterwards as well. So make your network. Some of the videos and people that are talking on the videos basically invited you to reach out to them by phone or email or Zoom afterwards because you can't do it face-to-face here. So again, this is the opportunity to network amongst yourselves, but also among the speakers and the ecosystem. I will have a quick summary and then we'll finish for drinks and nibbles. And Just wanted to explain a little bit where we are. We are at B.linc Innovation, which is a business unit of Lincoln University. And the thing that we do is really simple. We connect people. And this is very much what we do. We connect people, then people start to talk, then collaboration starts. And you probably discovered that if we as a society want to solve the wicked problems of the world, we can't do it by ourselves. So we need to work together. And that's where the real innovation comes in. Some housekeeping. Emergency exits. There is an emergency exit through the door that you came in. There is an emergency exit to my left here. All the staff is trained, and we do not expect any drills. So if there is a fire alarm, it is the real thing, and just follow either myself or Katie in the back, and we have Joe in the office as well. Toilets. If you are going to the door on my right on the end, then it is the first door after the meeting rooms are the toilets. Refreshments, I already told you, there will be plenty of food, so don't hold back. Now, without further ado, I want to introduce, Michelle from the, I told you we were going to be agile. Michelle.
The chief caterer here today, so thank you very much to B.linc Innovation. My job is to get you guys photographed and videoed. So just in terms of the run sheet, I just wanted to take just a few minutes to make sure that you all get to meet Corey at the right time. So Corey, our photographer from UC, he will be should be here between 12 and 3 p.m. So at 12 o'clock, we're going to get a big group photo. Then at 12:20, the first group of you will get your opportunity. It's the team photos or the one-on-one photos, which will be going into the big sort of, the brochure effectively for the showcase event. So first up, we'll have I think Demir's team. And so this is where when I read out the team names, which is, I think, Demir, you're the production of, long name. Your team will be first up, followed then by Daniel, Alps to Ocean. Is Autonomous Irrigator here? No. So then Autonobit, Josh, Bambex guys, Kellerman Cameron, Daniel Mack, the Capillaric platform, and Carbon NZ, Nicola Preble, I think you're here. And if any of your other team members are going to be here as well, you'll be in that first group, 12:20. The second group at 1 o'clock will be, so that's the, I don't think David Leung's here, the chromium hyper accumulating ryegrass novel source of bioenergy. This is where I strongly recommend that the research teams consider like a logo or a short description of your team. So that means Imogen, you'll be first up at 1 o'clock. Diet Dakota guys, Emily and Cynthia. Eco PCB, I think Jose is not here, couldn't make it. So never mind. Electromagnetic tomography system people here? No, I don't think so. And Lauren and silage, I'm not sure if Lauren's here either. So that could be a really quick session. 1:40 p.m. we've got Lynn and Rohan, so you guys are here. Food Fuse, Kina Manez, the plant proteins, Will and Ben, Kiwi Fibre, land use optimization. So I think we've got Andrew, Charlotte and Cindy here. Mulch Plus I don't think is here, and the Plant My Carbon team, Regan, Paul and Kathleen. Yay, you guys are all here. And then at 2:20 p.m. we'll have a seaweed plasterboard. No, not here. Henny's not here. Hi Henny on the live stream. We've got Patrick and Jeff Brown. Not yet. Okay, we've got Ruben. Yes, we've got Ruben here, medicinal cannabis. And I'm not sure if any of the Ag Research Win team are here either. So that will be a very short session. Our videographer will also be here getting B-roll footage between 2:30 and 4:30. If anyone does not want to be in any of the video or photo content, please let me know. Really important. But otherwise, it's just fantastic to see you all here today. And we're going to have a great day. It's just brilliant to be able to have an in-person event in a COVID world. Thank you so much, Vim.
David. You're very welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's David Taylor, and I'm with my fellow team members, Maggie and Jamie.
David, sorry, not for the screen.
Oh,
Then you have this light shining here.
We are part of the innovation business growth team at Christchurch NZ, and so yeah, we'll just give a bit of a brief sort of chat. We are sort of the key sponsors of the Food, Fibre and Agritech Challenge, and so we just want to sort of talk through some of the things that we do and how we can either support you now or going forward. I think you know, Vim mentioned the networking element before. I think that, from my perspective, is so key. Every cohort person that I spoke to from last year said the key benefit was the networking, and it's just not only the networking, you know, with each other. It's the networking with the mentors and the business leaders, and I think the key, you know, what makes the Christchurch innovation ecosystem so unique is that you've got so many like legends of business and innovation, you know, putting their hand up to give their time to help you guys, and I think that's what's so cool, and that's why I feel that, you know, Christchurch really succeeds when it comes to, you know, innovation compared to some of the other cities, which is great. But obviously, all of these things just don't happen. So, of course, you know, a big shout out to the B.linc team, so Vim and Katie, for putting this all together. And also a big thank you to our key delivery partners of the FFA Challenge, Jared and Michelle from UC Centre of Entrepreneurship. Also, just would like to mention ThinkLab, the key mentors there, and also some of the keynote speakers that are going to be providing some of their insights today. I'd also like to thank our sponsors. So we have KiwiNet, Canterbury Merrill Forum, and PwC, and of course ourselves. And also, you know, thanks to you guys. You know, you guys are the ones that are putting your neck on the line, and, you know, have come with the great idea, and you know, hopefully, you know, through this journey, you know, you'll go on to succeed. And so we look forward to watching your progress as you go through this journey. So I suppose one of the things, you know, we get asked is, you know, why do we do challenges? And I suppose for us, it's about getting those ideas, you know, out of the kitchen tables, out of the back doors of, you know, the CRIs or the universities, and getting them into the real world. And we hope that, you know, the challenges are a catalyst that sort of gives you a bit of confidence to go, hey, this can be, you know, this can be done. And I think when you then start to getting in a room with other people who are on the same journey, you know, again, it's just building that confidence that, you know, that this is achievable and that it isn't, you know, too much of a moonshot to, you know, to have a successful business. I suppose, you know, as I said, the challenge will be the first step for most of you. And, you know, and we hope that many of you today will continue your innovation and entrepreneurship journey. And so, you know, after the program, you know, that may be, you know, being part of the Christchurch funded incubators, whether that's Te Haka or ThinkLab, or, you know, you may meet or, you know, engage with one of your business mentors, or, you know, some of the other investor incubators as well. So, you know, it's a journey you're on, and, you know, and even just talking to the Kiwi Fibre boys just earlier, you know, they just talked about, you know, where they've started from the startup, you know, to getting involved in some of these projects, to now building relationships with various investors, etc. So this is the start of an exciting journey for you all. So yeah, look forward to watching your progress. So Christchurch NZ, we're not all about challenges. We obviously have a business attraction team as well, and that is led by these two gentlemen here. So I'll pass you over to Jamie and Matt to give you a bit of a brief of what they do and how they can potentially support you.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, morning, everyone. Jamie Todd. I am business attraction lead for Christchurch NZ. So effectively, where I see, you know, hopefully where I can add some value to the FFA sector is it's really around trying to identify opportunities that may exist here, which can be plugged or filled by international companies or possibly companies around New Zealand. So I'm sort of sitting there beavering away trying to identify companies abroad and locally that could come here, create jobs, but not only do that, but really strengthen the existing ecosystem. So it's really important for me to try and understand where some of these opportunities exist here in Christchurch in the FFA sector, and where where some of these other sectors lie abroad that we can start to explore and look for opportunities. So I think just listening to Vim's opening words there as well, just hearing that real spark and energy about the brains and the ideas and the creativity that exists here. It's as much about bringing businesses here to create jobs and strengthen the ecosystem, but I think it's also it's really about showcasing what you guys do here and the amazing opportunity that you actually present for businesses that could come here and benefit by being in this ecosystem as well. So I think it's very much a two-way partnership. But so for me, please do, might be early stage for some or many of you in your business life cycle, but certainly as we progress and you progress through, please do keep an open mind, and really keen to explore any ideas or thoughts that you may have around the type of companies that we could be looking to attract to the region to help strengthen it. And just no questions are silly ones. So please reach out, get in touch, and look forward to seeing you all progress, and wish you well for the rest of the day and for your futures ahead. So thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. So my name is Matt Wiles. I'm the investment attraction specialist. I did have the pleasure of being a judge for all the entries at the start of the program, which was a tough challenge. And I've had a couple of interactions as well through my relationship with the Canterbury Angels. So I know the Bambax boys presented, they had the first chance to pitch an investor even about 6 weeks ago now. So it's pretty cool to be involved in those relationships, and one that's close to Michelle's heart. So my role is really simply just to attract investment into Christchurch. And, that's through a number of opportunities, which hopefully you guys will need to come to me at some point and have a chat to understand your investment journey over the next few years. But my remit's pretty simple. It's just to grow the investment into Christchurch. Like I said, I work closely with the Canterbury Angels. So we send a lot of companies through to the Angels to pitch there, which is great experience, great opportunity, because it's another angle for you to get mentors and through an experienced group of investors and business people. So like I say, I work with VCs, work closely with KiwiNet on other challenges as well. So it's a really exciting ecosystem, and I think the opportunity for you guys, can't wait to see the outcome. Unfortunately, I don't get to spend the rest of the day here because I've got to get back in town for a meeting. But like I say, just after this, once you sort of know what the plans are, touch base, and I'll be there to have a conversation and understand the options that exist going forward. So have a great day. It's really exciting to be here. And I'll hand you back to Dave.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jamie. So as you know, the Food Fibre Agritech Supernode Challenge sort of comes to the grand finale of the eTipu BOMA Agri Summit. And I actually had a meeting with the BOMA team the other day. And look, it's going to be potentially a sellout. Ticket sales are well ahead of it of last year. So, they are getting really excited about, the upcoming event. So a little bit of announcement. We're able to say that Christchurch NZ are going to be providing tickets for the 10 finalists to the Agritech, to the Agri Summit. So, that's going to be a great 2-day of just hearing some really, incredible speakers. It's sort of like, think of it as sort of like a TEDx talk, but, focused on agri and business and eco businesses and all of that. So it's going to be a great event. And the BOMA team have kindly offered or sponsoring the 10 finalists to come along and rub shoulders with the basically the key industry stakeholders throughout NZ to the VIP evening on the Monday prior. So again, this is just another opportunity for the FFA cohort finalists to boost their networking opportunities. So look, on behalf of Christchurch NZ, just like to again thank Vim and Katie and the B.linc team, and look forward to you guys having a great day today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christchurch NZ team, for all the kind words to basically all of you. And again, networking. Woohoo! Hey, and we're going to go for the first exciting story. And we're going to welcome Erit Lucia of Lucia Skincare. And she will take us through her journey in her own words. So again, there, yeah, listen and be amazed. It's up to you. Yes, you do. And you have a microphone. Cool.
I've got that. Hi, yeah, I've got a small skincare business, Lucia Skincare, and it was really easy to say no to coming today to have to public speak, but here I am, so I'll do my best. I'll give you a quick background on myself. I've started in horticulture back in sort of 1980. Then sort of spent about 7 years in horticulture before I went on and got a job in corporate travel, which gave me some really invaluable business skills. Then I became a mum sort of in my early 30s. And at the same time, I decided when my son was about a year old that I was probably getting a little bored being at home. So I enrolled at Lincoln into the Bachelor of Viticulture and Enology. And so did the degree and probably one of the longest students here. I was 10 years before I got that degree, but at the same time, I worked in winemaking and was a mum and studied at the same time. So definitely a very busy time. Around about 2010, I made a decision that I really was wanting to start my own business and to be able to work from home. So I set up a skincare, I decided skincare is where I wanted to be. And so then I took myself off to the UK and did a course in natural skincare formulation. And I already had the background in the chemistry and winemaking, so there seemed to be a real synergy to be able to marry the two together. I then thought that I'd be brave enough and look at the supermarket. I thought, yeah, I'll go into the supermarket. So at the time when you walk down the aisles in the supermarkets, it was the big brands, Clearasil, Nivea, and Green Beauty really hadn't made it into the supermarket space at that time. The research really led me away from that. It was a huge investment in time and money. And so at that point, I decided that no, I'd go to the opposite end of the market and go B2C, go directly to customers and go smaller. So once I'd decided on that, I knew that my range was going to be sustainable. It was going to use organic products as much as possible. I was going to use what I could source in New Zealand rather than bringing it in. So I really tried to tailor my formulations for New Zealand products. I was going, no chemicals, cruelty-free, and really that was where. So there was really no, I listened to the innovation and I go, yeah, I'm probably not quite in that market of innovating something, but it's innovative when you put the whole product together. So I set up my lab workroom from home and got it to formulating. And a lot of that was 2 years of formulating to really understand my products. A lot of it went down the sink, and eventually I felt that I had a range. I had about 6 products that I started with, and oops, sorry. And then, then I sent it out to friends and family as a focus group. And that was really important to get the feedback on the products. A lot of the feedback came back, yeah, great, but not quite right, too sticky. So it was back to the drawing board. And again, took it back out to focus groups. And then beyond that, I took it out to focus groups within the market, not just friends and family, because sometimes they're not honest enough. So I think it's really important that you take it beyond that. I had all my products challenge tested at Hills Laboratory because it had to be safe to go to market. So that's microbial safe with bacteria and molds. And I use an EcoCert approved preservatives. So I know that roughly 18 months shelf life on my product. I make all the products in-house. So I am, believe it or not, a one-man band, but I think it's okay to be small. I make it in small batches. I don't outsource. The minute I outsource, I'm up to other companies to determine what goes into my formulations. They dictate quite often. You may have a recipe, you take it to them and they say, no, we need to do it this way to meet our manufacturing practices. So I haven't outsourced at this stage, and minimum quantities. So suddenly they'll say, no, minimum quantities, 1,000 of any one items. Well, that's a lot of product to sell initially from B to C. So that's my product range there, well, part of it. So I'll just show you that. Now, I think that's really interesting too, that when I decided to not go into the supermarkets, there was a reason for that too, because there is a term called fast beauty in the market, the same as fast fashion, where fads and new products come out all the time. And the big companies are big polluters of the planet. But so much is ended up down in the drain or landfill before it even gets to market. And then they're mass producing. So then it has a use by date, it sits on the shelves, and then it ends up in landfill because it has to be discarded. So they're very, very big polluters of the planet. And I think it's, right from the beginning, I decided that, a business or a brand, you can't buy sustainability. Sustainability is a group of actions. You can't actually purchase it. You can purchase carbon credits to offset your business, but that's not sustainability. So I don't rely, and I don't think you should rely on sustainability being the only factor that sells your products. That really, it's a group of actions. And make sure that whatever you make delivers results, because otherwise it's not needed. So really getting it back to my business directly, I source New Zealand made. So for instance, my grapeseed oil is produced in New Zealand, extracts like Pahutakawa extract, Manuka extract. So I use as many extracts that are New Zealand natives. Hemp seed oil is another one, but there's huge opportunity. I'm really interested in the Kiwi Fibre boys who are looking at using harakeke, because there's a huge opportunity. I use aloe vera, which is freeze-dried, and harakeke has a gel very similar to aloe vera. So there's an enormous opportunity for someone in New Zealand to tap into that market and looking at harakeke. And I would use that over and above aloe vera. So I'd like to talk to those boys. I buy organic wherever possible. I think, obviously that's sustainable for both the environment and whoever's growing the product. So I use organic. As I've said, all my formulations are pretty well 100% plant-based or vitamins, minerals, and all EcoCert approved ingredients, so safe to be used by the consumer. I use a cobalt glass jars and bottles, and I have a circular reuse. So part of my business ethos is that the product, I encourage my customers to return the glass jars and bottles to me. They get sterilized, ethyl alcohol through them, and reused. And in fact, you can use a glass jar or a container for 25 times before it probably needs to get into the recycle bin. So none of this just using it and throwing it out. All my products are made fresh, so I'm pretty much like a just-in-time sort of business, and so there's no wastage. I don't have, shelf life, and I don't sell into shops, so there's no sitting on the shelf. It's directly to my customer, so they know that what they're getting is actually fresh. Labels, I use a foil label with eco inks. Packaging is a craft box, recycled craft box. There's no extra packaging, no pretty boxes, no ribbons, nothing extra. And I use untreated wood shavings for the actual protection of the product when I send it out. I'm New Zealand made, and I only sell in New Zealand. And it's tempting to go beyond New Zealand, but there is only me. I'd have to get a contract manufactured. And so really that's not what I'm interested in. My customers, they value Lucia because it delivers results. It's sustainable to both the environment and socially, which is really important. And and they buy into the fact that they can return the containers rather than just a throwaway. What are my challenges, my sustainability challenges for my business? Of course, a lot of my ingredients are imported, so I've got carbon miles to think about. But again, if I'm buying organically, I think that, yeah, I'm hopefully offsetting some of those. On my bottles, you'll see I've got a plastic pump on the actual, and that's a problem, but I don't have a choice at this stage because under hygiene rules, I can't reuse a plastic pump. So one of the things that I would quite like to do is looking at putting an aluminium cap on those bottles and then encouraging my customers to keep their plastic pump. They can keep it, they can reuse it on another bottle. They don't have to throw it out. So that is something that I need to do better, but that's for me to educate my customers and offer an incentive to do that. And at the minute, probably 70% of my customers do return their jars and bottles, and really I need to try and increase that, really get the buy-in for people to get into the circular system. What have I done well and what improvements do I need to make in my business? I'm happy with the formulations and my customers are. I've gone for new labeling and I changed. I was using, and I probably at the time didn't think enough of my full sustainability footprint, but I wasn't using a foil label. So I've just changed over to that and done a bit of a tweak on the branding. I can't say to you enough, use professional photography. Whatever your product is, I have not done that. I did not do that initially. And so I'm just been in that process of rephotographing now that I've got new labels and getting people photography. Use the professionals, don't try and do it yourself. Website, I again went down the path of using a company in Christchurch called Pixelbox. And they, you know, I thought at the time I looked at, I think Shopify was quite new at the time when I set up sort of around that, 2016. And so I didn't go with Shopify and I felt that it really wasn't conducive to what I wanted to do with my brand. So I used Pixelbox and they wrote, the back end of it all. And now they come back to me and say, oh, in fact, the coding's old and we can't tweak it. So it's time for me to look at a new website and I'll probably go with something like Shopify or Squarespace or where it's actually, maintained the whole time. And again, use professional photography. What I'm finding too, social media, I haven't done that well. It's a tricky space. Use the professionals. I've tried to do it myself. I've done courses online. Really not that easy because the algorithm's always changing. The whole platform is always changing. It changes from week to week and you can't keep up. And I think other companies are struggling too, like that company Allbirds. I was reading an article about them. They're a B2C and they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on their social media. And even they are beginning to see that they're not getting the results that they used to. And whether that's a change because consumers are changing as well. Maybe, social media isn't the platform that it used to be, 5 years ago or 2 years ago. Very tricky area to get right. What I need to do as well with my new website, get a blog, get more articles, get more information out to my customers and potential customers, and allow reviews on social media, allow for honest reviews to be there. So I need to do that as well. And I also don't discount, never discount, as it cheapens your brand. And I think that is really important. I see so many companies out there offering 25% discount. What I tend to do is with regular customers, if they keep ordering every so often, I'll put a gift on the box. So they'll get an eye cream or an eye gel or whatever put in as a gift rather than discounting. So I don't discount. What are the future challenges for my business? It's a crowded space. It's become a really crowded space. And what is my point of difference? My point of difference is that I make fresh and deliver fresh. So you won't ever see me on a shop shelf. So I've got to keep that. And that is because there is no point of difference at this point other than that. There's a plethora of brands now out there, and there used to be, you know, if you walk into the supermarket now, even, you know, Clearasil and Nivea take up very small amount of shelf space, and it's really great to see that New Zealand green beauty is actually taking up that shelf space now. I get too successful, that would be a disaster, because then I'd have to get it contract manufactured. I could employ people, but at this point, I don't want to. I'm a small business, and it's okay to be small. And then the cost of raw materials, of course, is ever increasing, and supply chain issues. And so I've just got to be ahead of that the whole time and make sure that I've got that sorted. So, you know, sustainability, you know, how to be relevant to your customers. I'd say, you know your product inside out. So whatever you all are doing, know your product, be better than your competitors, and what is your point of difference? And so that's, I think, important. And sustainability is not a point of difference in today's world. It's a given. We all should be producing something that's sustainable. And does your product fill a need? So does the market want it? Start small, but know how you would scale your business. For instance, Zuru is a fabulous example. They're that toy company, and they borrowed $200,000, the guy, off parents, and now they're worth about $1.5 billion company. And they started off in the toy business in China, and I'm really pleased that that's not a sustainable business, but they now have got into nappies, and I think they're the 4th largest producer in the world in nappies and sustainability. And they've also got it in, they went into the supermarket, into the hair care area, and have trying to disrupt that area and push out the big companies like Pantene, and they've got the brand Monday. And so they're going big time into that. Again, I don't get bogged down on the detail. You know, I am hopeless. I would never, you know, I did a vague business plan, a vague marketing plan and budget. But if I'd spent too much time doing that, I don't think I would have ever started. I would have got bogged down on the fine detail, and I would never have got started. And especially in your areas, you know, of being entrepreneurs and coming up with new ideas, someone else will fill that space faster than you know it if you don't get it to market. So I think my advice is to, sometimes you just have to get on and get going and find your way as you go. Have a mentor, which I think you all have got. Awesome. I'm lucky. My husband has been exporting for 40 years. He's got a company, Formthotics. So he has been fantastic, and he does all the boring stuff for me. He does all the accounting, and, you know, he's the one that keeps me honest and says, you know, what about this? You know, I need your stock take. You know, what did you spend this on? He does that, but have a mentor, really, really important. And believe in yourself, believe in what you're doing, and don't give up. And thank you.
Whoa, what a story. This is cool, right? This is a wonderful start. Thank you so much, Erin. This is a fantastic. You know what she did before she started? She made choices. She figured out what she wanted to do. Absolutely fantastic. And she stick to it. And even now, successful, she is still sticking to your own rules that you actually made. So I think that's one of the take home messages that I have from your speech or your presentation is like, there was a clear focus from the moment that you started. Are there any questions from the audience? I'll give you a microphone so that then the people online can actually.
Thank you. That was really interesting. How did you grow your customer base?
Social media and word of mouth. And there's nothing more powerful than word of mouth. And so I started off, and then they tell their friends, and so it goes on. And I think that's really been, and I haven't done enough yet, but I've also gone slowly because I know that it is only me. And my biggest fear is that it'll get too big, too fast. Yeah, and then it will change the whole, the whole reason why I'm doing it.
Can I just ask one more question, because it is only you and you've talked about writing more blogs?
Yes.
Time.
Well, there's 24 hours in the day, and I think, it's I'm used to being busy. As I said, when I was studying and mum and working all at the same time, it's amazing what you can actually do in a day. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To get away, I'm sorry.
I know you need to go, so
Yes.
thank you so much for being here. If any of the cohort has any questions, are they allowed to send you an email or check out your website? Okay, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. This is a great start. And Kate, I think you're up next. Or is it Katie? Is it the video or is it Kate? It's a video. Sorry, I do apologize. So there you go. It's me making mistakes and trying to anyway. Trevor Sutteridge, a friend and a friend of the challenge. Last year, Trevor was director of research of Agritech, one of the CRIs here in the greater Lincoln or the greater Christchurch area. He was very much active behind the scenes, making sure that this challenge became a success. And I think he got a little bit of the bug becoming entrepreneurial and trying to do things himself. So what he actually did was he quit his job and started his own company. And unfortunately, he can't be here at the moment because I think what is happening, he is raising more capital. So he has actually gave us a video presentation. So without further ado, over to Trevor.
Trevor Sutteridge, Managing Director of Cetogenics. Very keen to give you some insights into our journey into startup world. Very keen to support the FFA Challenge Accelerator because we've been a strong supporter of it historically and have some interest in working in that area. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background to where we've come to in our journey. I've titled my talk, Putting My Mouth Where the Money Is, because really in this case, it's a case of me stepping out of my comfort zone in government research into entrepreneurship, which is what I've been telling other people to do for 20 years. So about me, I have a PhD and a business management background. I've done a lot of science earlier in my career, but most of my science career has been around senior management roles in Scion, F Innovations, University of British Columbia and Ag Research. I've really focused on science innovation strategy and the creation of innovation and the uptake, particularly around uptake. However, throughout my career, and it's relevant to this discussion, I've considered myself a closeted entrepreneur. That is, I've always wanted to be entrepreneurial, but for various reasons, I've always found myself more in the government research environment. And this is part of that journey. It's also important to contextualize that I'm part of a team that have taken this journey together. We call ourselves the Four Musketeers, I suppose, because it's all for one, one for all. We all have very strong science and science commercialization experience, but we've spent most of our career in public science institutions. And we've done that because we want to make a real difference, but there are limitations to making a real difference when you're in a government organization with respect to commercialization of IP and technology. And in the last year or so, we were talking with each other about how we wanted to challenge ourselves and have some fun doing things. There are restrictions in working in government research in terms of what you can do with your science or your innovation. And it's a large organization. So all good, we're looking to have fun doing it. And really last year we reached what I'd say our risk-taking threshold. So despite a pandemic, a looming war crisis, a challenging economy, need to move to a different city, etc., we decided to step out. And so 3 of us quit our jobs at CRIs to go into entrepreneurship, and one of us will be soon doing the same once we've done our capital raise. The reason we wanted to do this is that we had actually worked 10 years ago on a new technology called T-Rex, and this really was what we ended up deciding we wanted to do last year. T-Rex had an interesting history. It was around really landfill avoidance, and that was our focus at the time at Scion. How do we avoid landfilling? We had a strategic partner in the Rotorua District Council. They were very keen to work with us. And what was really interesting and rather unusual about T-Rex is it very rapidly developed its technology. So within several years, we'd gone from laboratory to pilot scale, and we're planning full scale. Very unusual for a CRI to get that far so quick. And that came with some challenges. And these included a couple of things. And I think those of you who work in universities or CRIs will appreciate this. There was an issue of valuation paralysis. We don't know what the opportunity is worth. It could be worth nothing. It could be worth billions. So we're going to hold on to it until we sort of work it out. And so the technology sat in many ways on the shelf, not being able to be deployed because we weren't quite sure whether we should let it go or let it go forward out of sight and elsewhere. We had IP investment restrictions, and many of you may have come across this. CRIs typically don't invest heavily in IP. They're happy to have a provisional patent, perhaps, for each invention. That's a good sign of good science, perhaps, but it's not normally a strategic investment to get a strong IP portfolio. And so some of the IP that we should have protected at the time wasn't protected. The political environment, so we had a strong partner in the Rotorua District Council focused on landfill diversion until the council makeup changed, and they focused on water quality in the lakes, and so basically their support stopped immediately. And in addition, the procurement process for council processes is 10 to 20 years. So at best, we were going to build one of these every decade, these technologies. And we simply didn't have a capacity to focus and drive the technology. We weren't in control of the technology. It was owned by Scion. We had limited capacity to direct it. And the market drivers were ephemeral at the time. There was a focus on landfilling, there was a focus on diversion, but not really on strong policy that would drive that. All that meant really that our journey paused, and in 2014, somewhat in frustration that we couldn't get the technology to go, I went to Canada to do some things and then eventually came back to New Zealand. What really changed is in the last couple of years, there's been a switch in the world around global problems of greenhouse gases, climate change. And so now we have these large amounts of organic waste that once would have gone to landfills that are now being taken back out of landfills. So I like to say that 1.5 billion tonnes is enough to bury Auckland to the height of the Sky Tower. And also we've been using huge amounts of natural gas, over 3,000 cubic kilometres of natural gas around the world. Both of these are global problems for greenhouse gases, and they've become more of a problem in the last couple of years than they were 10 years ago when we were doing T-Rex. And what really driving overall a pivot for us was the focus on decarbonisation of the energy systems in the world and in energy security. The Ukrainian war has highlighted how dependent Europe is, for example, on natural gas from Russia. And so there's been a big focus towards renewable natural gas as a focus. And that's really allowed us, with respect to the technology, to create a pivot. So instead of looking at landfill diversion, we've moved on to added value. Instead of large-scale plants that take forever to build and cost a lot of money, we've moved into modularity. And instead of competing with other technologies for the feedstock, we're looking at complementary technologies. And that's really what's led to where we've gone to. So from our journey's perspective, and I think a learning for yourselves perhaps is you have to be prepared to pivot very quickly if the market changes or if you're simply ahead of the market at the time. So we've created Cetogenics, same technology at the core of it that we developed previously, but now it focuses on renewable energy production and recovering byproducts. And this is a startup company, sort of a phoenix. We've taken what was before in Scion, the technology being licensed out of Scion into Cetogenics, and now we're in a startup mode. What's really exciting about that is by pivoting into renewable natural gas, we've come into a massive market we weren't aware of. So we have over 15,000 sites around the world that are suitable for retrofitting with our technology. And every year we're anticipating up to $14 billion euros or 22 million dollars New Zealand of new builds in this space. So we've got a very large market that didn't exist at the previous. And so the timing for us in terms of creating Cetogenics is ideal. I said earlier, one of the limitations of CRIs is they don't patent enough, and certainly in our discussions with investors, this has been a major impediment for investment. We have one or two patents that are reasonably limited, and so our investors have strongly pushed us to put new IP portfolios together as the main focus for the investment. What that's means we have to be very careful about freedom to operate. There's no point inventing things that others have already got or we can't use. Focusing on patents is quite important for investors, particularly venture capitalists. They see it as quite an important target. In our case, we have to have quite a strong trade secret approach. So we've had to convince our investors that trade secrets are good things, and in some cases very appropriate. And over the last 6 months, we've also had to basically invent new patentable concepts that we can do our R&D on. Without them, we wouldn't have that freedom to operate or the ability to occupy white space for patents. And in the last 6 months, what's also been important, and I think a good learning for all of us in the startup space, is you've got to build your innovation ecosystem. You can't rely on yourself. You're a small company, very limited budget. One learning for me certainly is, to be frank, I probably spent more money at AgResearch in 2 weeks than we're going to spend in this company for two years. So you're working on a much tighter budget. You're relying much more on partners to get you to where you need to go. So we've been working heavily on our ecosystem in terms of providers of R&D resources, those that can advocate for our market, provide market intelligence, and who our go-to-market partners can be. Because again, my learning is CRIs often don't partner with the right people to take technology out. Not their fault. They tend to respond to the first person who shows interest, and you've got to be much more strategic in picking those partners. Much of the last 6 months for us has been selling ourselves to investors. So we're looking to raise $4 million of startup capital in the company. Advice to yourselves, I think is very good, is to have a lead investor. So in our case, a specific channel, someone who can really drive it and who is well networked into the investment community. I think that really is quite important. And so we're looking to raise $4 million. We're on our way. We've raised approximately $2 million so far. The reason I can't join you today, and apologies for that, is I actually am in Europe meeting investors. Another learning there, when you're a very wealthy investor in Europe rings you 2 days before he wants to meet you, you get on the plane and go to him. You don't argue about it. Another learning, I think, in the startup community, you're very beholden to what your investors want, and you need to be prepared to be very flexible to meet their needs. Also need to manage your expectations and time frames. So in a research environment, you might say, look, it might be 5 or 10 years before we have a really interesting thing that we'll publish in the meantime. In the investment community, that's not good enough. They want to know what you're going to deliver in the next 18 months. And it's got to be tangible, and it's got to be a multiplier. So basically, how do I multiply my money 10 or 20-fold in that time by you developing the technology and creating the market? So you don't have any leeway on that if you want to have their support. This is not an exercise in indulgence. They're investing hard money and they're looking for you to deliver on it. Really, the final point I would make is, and I think we've lived it very strong in our team from the very beginning, and I think that's why we were able to resurrect T-Rex into Cetogenics, is make sure you define your design and business principles. From our perspective, when we set up our thinking for the technology, we said these were our 4 principles, that we wanted to be able to look at lots of different feedstocks, in our case, around waste management, scalable to multiple markets. That's why we're looking at retrofit, new builds, and modular systems. We had a strong philosophy of no waste left behind, so we're not going to generate any environmental footprints by doing what we do. And we wanted a hybrid business model. So not only do we sell technology, but we want to be able to get royalties on the add value we get, and that's been an important driver. So that's our very short summary of our journey. I only have 10 minutes. I'm sorry I won't be there to answer any of your questions, but feel free to send me any questions you'd like me to raise or any points of clarification. I really think it's exciting what you're doing. I'm excited by it. It was a huge step to step out last year. We weighed up all the risks, but in the end decided if we didn't do it now, we'd never do it. And we just wanted to do it and have fun. And we really are enjoying it. It's not without its challenges. It's a completely different culture from academia or CRIs. You're much more on your own. You don't have the massive resources of a CRI to support you. You have to learn to do most of it yourself and on a shoestring and really take responsibility for your own destiny. But that's why we're doing it. That's what's exciting. So with that, thank you very much for your time. And as I say, feel free to reach out to me if you want to know more. Kia ora.
Well, thank you very much, Trevor. And we wish you all luck in Europe. And so I think what, again, I saw here is a wonderful journey. Somebody daring to take the leap, having a great team around him and creating that synergy. And again, as further as you are going FFA 2020 2022 cohort, you will see that you will not be able to do this alone. So you need to build these ecosystems around you that will actually help you, whether it's an accountant, whether it's a banker, whether it's a friend, whether it's a business partner, whether it's an investor, or just somebody that you met at a function like this that you basically get you going again. I think again here the learning here is the focus. They had a technology, they had a couple of rules, and they are focused in what they try to do. I know that Trevor has really got it that he can't be here because he loves this. So please feel free to reach out to him. And he's of course in a different journey than some of the other speakers that we have lined up for you. And so definitely get in touch with him if you want to. The next speaker, again, really exciting, in the room, face to face, is Kate. And so without further ado, Kate, I will give the floor to you. If you stand right here, they can put the screen on it as well.
Awesome. Hi everyone, my name is Kate McDonald. I feel very privileged to be here speaking to you all today. I am the founder and creative director of Debar & Co, which is my farm fashion, a bit of play on words for fast fashion, but farm fashion brand. And I'll just flick through here. So I'll just give you a bit of a background first of all on who I am, and then we'll go on to a little bit in depth on the brand. So I actually went to Lincoln University in 2015 to 2017, and I studied a Bachelor of Agribusiness and Food Marketing. I had the best time at Lincoln. It was honestly so fun. I met amazing people and came away with like a really great degree that sort of set me up for the next couple of jobs that I had. After Lincoln, I went up to Mount Maunganui and I worked up there for a Manuka honey company called New Zealand Honey Co. And I worked in a marketing role for them, which was, again, fantastic. They're a startup, so very similar to my business. And yeah, I learned a lot of skills and knowledge there that has led me really well into owning my own business. So I'm from Devar Station, that's where I grew up, which is a sheep and beef farm way down the bottom of New Zealand, near Te Anau. I don't know if many of you know where it is, but it's on the way to Queenstown. We have sheep and beef. We don't farm merinos down there. They just would not hack it. So that's, yeah, a lot of people sort of ask me like, why don't you just use merino wool? Well, that's exactly why. They would get like feet problems and they can't eat the type of food that we grow down there. So we have a crossbreed species of sheep, which is Romney, Pierindale, and a little bit of Texel. So we produce crossbreed wool. So it's a strong wool. If you think of a piece of your hair, that's about 50 microns. Crossbreed wool is about, we use anything above 30, but we actually use 37, which is our U wool for our jerseys. And fine wool, like some merinos, around anything below 25. So yeah, basically what we do is we use the wool from our sheep, and we basically, to keep it really simple, we just get it manufactured all throughout in New Zealand into beautiful jumpers, which I've actually brought some today, so you're more than welcome to have a look at them later on. So our family farm, which is also really part of the story, the McDonald, so I'm obviously McDonald, and my ancestors came out from Scotland in 1915 and have farmed that land since then. So yeah, people really love that story of, you know, we're a century farm and being there for 100 years, over 100 years is really cool. So yeah, entirely made in New Zealand. I'll go into a little bit more depth about the process in a second, and yeah, just sell exclusively online at this stage. So yeah, I'm just going to talk about a couple of the questions that Katie sent through. So yeah, basically what happened was I came back from Mount Maunganui, as I said earlier, back to the farm with the intention of going to London to do my OE at the beginning of 2020. But we all know what that brought, and yeah, sort of had to adapt and things kind of changed. So I said to my parents that I'd love to work on a farm. I'd grown up on that farm, so I was really interested in farming. But I sort of wanted a bit of a side hustle, like something else on the side. So we sort of discussed like what we could do, and I'd always been really, really passionate about wool. And the fast fashion industry has always really concerned me. And I'll touch on that a little bit more shortly, but yeah, so I didn't really explore a lot of other options. The homespun jersey is very nostalgic to me, and many rural people would agree with that as well. As you can see here, there's a few photos of us all wearing the jumpers. So yeah, it was quite a cool way to be able to, you know, align our century-long farming experience with, you know, something like fashionable and modern. So yeah, basically from that point, which was about 2 years ago, like in March 2020, I started researching basically how the hell was I going to do this. So yeah, found a lot of cool people that I work with today to be able to do the jobs that I needed to get done. And I'll talk about the process in a second. But yeah, we did do a lot of research. There was a lot of research involved, just to basically make sure that it was going to be viable. And I'll just click through. Yeah, so just touching on the fast fashion and synthetic fibre part. So I actually read this really fascinating article by this lovely man, Alan Emerson, who's a retired Wairarapa farmer earlier this year, and he wrote this. And I'm just going to read out, sorry, it's jumped around a little bit, the title, but I'm just going to read this out because it is really interesting. So he has spent many years researching wool, and yeah, just wanted to read this out to you. So the majority of clothing worldwide is polyester that is produced by a chemical reaction involving coal, petroleum from crude oil, air and water. It has a high impact process requiring 125 megajoules of energy to produce 1 kilogram. Putting that into perspective, 125 millijoules of energy would drive an average car over 150 meters, and that's equal to the production of just 1 kg of polyester. As the world produces 66.6 million megatons of synthetic fibre a year, that's a huge amount of global warming. In addition, the waste is phenomenal, with 80 billion articles of clothing being produced each year, with in Britain alone over $300 million ending up in landfills to leak toxins and put microfibers in waterways for over 200 years. So yeah, I was pretty shocked when I read that. I just think and I think like being in New Zealand, we're so far away from overpopulation and this sort of issue that we don't really, you know, we don't really realize how bad it is. So yeah, I just really wanted to create something sustainable with our family story and entirely produced in New Zealand. So this, I'll just quickly discuss the process. So yeah, it takes about 6 to 8 months from sharing our sheep to having a final jumper in the hand. So I actually work with a lovely lady just up the road from us, and she's I'm not sure what happened there. She is a wool classer, and she helps me class our wool. So basically we go through at shearing time, we go through all of the fleeces, check the length of the wool that we want, check for discoloration, basically select out the best fleeces that we want to use for our jumpers. And from there, the bales of wool go to Washdark, which is a little town just near Timaru. And all of the wool gets scoured, which basically gets washed. So then clean wool then gets sent to Wellington, and we deal with a great company called Wool Yarns up there. And yeah, they're pretty world renowned actually. They make a lot of amazing fibres, a lot of amazing yarn from amazing fibres. So yeah, they create our yarn for us, and then the yarn, which is ends up on cones, gets sent to Dunedin, and we use a company down there called Otago Knitwear. And all of our jumpers are machine knitted on like a flatbed knitting machine. And yeah, they can knit between 60 and 70 a week. So yeah, not heaps, but enough to be good. So yeah, I'm just going to try and wait for this PowerPoint to get back. Sorry. Is that all right? Thanks, guys. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yes.
Sorry, hand knitting versus machine knitting. Is there much difference?
A lot of difference. Yeah. Hopefully this video will work, but I'm not too sure if it will. But yeah, it is a lot different. So hand knitting, like when I first started when I've wanted to do this, I would have loved to have hand knitters. I sort of was thinking like going to a retirement home and getting all these like women and men to be knitting them for me, because I just think that's really cool. But I want to make a business out of it, and it's just not viable to do that. But yes, it is very different and it's so much slower. So it's, oh yeah, I can show you some jumpers afterwards. But yeah, the process is very, very different. It would be good if we could see this video to show you. But yeah, sorry, I hope that answers your question.
About when you're doing your pitch on the kilojoules of energy and things, and we had that problem years back where we were accused of food miles and the problem.
Yes.
So we have a lot of moving this thing up and down the country.
Yeah.
So is there anything in your future, production and marketing that might address any pushback?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I think like we're just doing our best, and like I'm so stoked that we're actually not even sending anything away offshore. That we're keeping it all in New Zealand. Yes, I am really aware that it's not ideal. Like it would be so great if we could do it, all on the South Island, but there isn't actually like I love working with your wool yarns because they're a sustainable and ethical company. They have, I really align with their practices, and they actually create an amazing yarn. So yeah, I'm wanting to stick with that, but I do understand what you're saying. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it, do the best I can really, yeah. No, that's okay.
We have some more questions.
That's okay. Hi.
I'll give you a microphone so people online can hear you as well.
Sounds good. Hey, I was just wondering about whether you had any idea of what sort of end of life. I know the products have a really long lifetime and hopefully, last people for their entire life. But did you have any idea about the method that you wanted people to dispose of them, whether looking into like composting methods, whether it was viable to do
it's
that?
really interesting you say that actually. I have a really good friend, Flora. I don't know if you guys know Flora Grow. She does a lot of sort of seed mixes and does a lot for children around schools, teaching them how to grow food and things like that. But yeah, I'm currently working with her. We're quite keen to bury in the ground like one of my jumpers and then like a synthetic fibre jumper and maybe leave it in there for a year and then to sort of but like see the results of that. But yes, I totally agree with you. I think it's really something that would be cool to sort of show people, in comparison to a synthetic jumper. But the idea is that they are long lasting. Like wool is very durable and strong. And our jumpers they're not probably going to get holes in them. We haven't had that issue so far. And we do, like I said earlier, when we select out our fleeces, we are choosing the best fleeces of the batch, if that makes sense. So yeah, in terms of disposing, like I'd like to think that you wouldn't have to throw it away, but also wool is biodegradable. So, but again, just touching on that, it would be really great to sort of show that process of the biodegrading in the ground. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thanks.
That's all right.
We have more questions. This is really good.
No, that's okay.
Because as you see, we have a little bit of a technical issue.
I have my laptop, so I can use that. It's just got the slides on it, but just more for my prompting. Hi.
Obviously, there's no issue with scaling up with the amount of wool available in the country. But I imagine price point is an issue as far as scaling up, and that's obviously what's a luxury product.
Yeah.
Long term, is there ways to sort of bring costs down to make it a little more mainstream?
Yes, but that would come with volume of production. So at the moment, we've produced about 800 jumpers. So we launched in February this year, and it's taken me about 2 years to get to that point. And we've used only 11 bales of wool. So that's like pretty amazing. So yeah, basically one bale of wool would make about 140 jumpers. So yeah, the cost of production in New Zealand is quite a problem. I did look at India when I first started this. We actually got quite far with one manufacturer over there, but it didn't really sit well with me. It wasn't really who I was. It's going completely against what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to create a sustainable fashion brand, and wanted to keep it entirely in New Zealand. But yeah, I mean, scalability is a big thing that we're working through at the moment. And we do have plans for other ranges and things, but yeah, we're fortunate that we do have a lot of sheep on the property that we have a lot of wool available. So, but yeah, again, it's probably something that we'll get to when we get to that point, but I can't see that happening within the next couple of years. Yeah. I can grab my laptop if you want.
Now, or what we do is, if you are happy with it, Kate, we just
No,
take,
that's okay.
take a 5-minute break for a cup of coffee
Yeah,
and then
definitely.
and then come back to you. Is that okay?
Yep,
Is everybody happy
absolutely.
with that? We'll do that. Oh, spoke too soon. No coffee. Archie. And it's back to you, Kate.
Perfect. So yeah, that's quite interesting as well. The yield loss is approximately 26%. So that's from grease being washed out of the wool. So yeah, it's not like heaps, but it is a little bit significant. So I've already talked about all of those things, I think. Yeah, so basically once the jumpers have been knitted, we go up, I usually go up and collect them because freight is so expensive. And so Dunedin's like a 3-hour drive for me from the farm. And then I bring them back and I pack them from a farm cottage that I live in on the farm. So yeah, it's amazing to be able to see that process right from shearing to sending the product out to the customer at the end. So yeah, I just want to touch on the benefits of farm diversification and value add strategy. So that's really all we're doing is we're adding value to wool because it is so worthless. And that again is another reason why I wanted to use our wool is because everyone's gutted that farmers are not getting, you know, the value that they deserve for their beautiful fibres. So anyway, yeah, so basically what farm diversification is that it increases economic stability within the business by spreading financial risk. So basically we don't have all of our eggs in one basket. So we don't just have all of our money going into the farm. We've got like a different income stream with Devar & Co, which is, spreads that financial risk. And again, we've got a different source of revenue, which again provides security. I've also learned so many skills and learned a lot of skills and had to work things out for myself. And I've also met a lot of people along the way that have, it's all about relationships, and it definitely is who you know, not what you know sometimes. And it's also given us access to other markets and new opportunities. So we're at the end of this year, I'm hoping to launch over to Australia and then probably US and Canada. But again, already like we're selling a lot of jumpers in the North Island. So that's a whole, that's New Zealand is one market, but going overseas is different markets. It's also provided new opportunities. We've had quite a few messages and emails from people, even from America, wanting to come over and have a farm tour and do that sort of thing. So that's a whole nother, the tourism side of it. The benefit of the tourism opportunity has come from this as well. And it also provides consumers with an incentive to purchase because the value or perceived value of the product or service is much higher. So yeah, these are my learnings from being, obviously we're a startup. And I'm the only one working on the business. So I do everything from production to working with media and advertising companies to marketing, liaising with different people. And yeah, Google is definitely your best friend, and don't underestimate it. Like everything's on there, just Google it and you'll like have an answer. Keep your business model as simple as possible. And yeah, this is a real big one. Like, you know, if you are the only one or if there's only 2 of you working in the business, you don't want it to be complex. You have to know the process really well, and don't have it too complicated. Ask for advice. That's another really big one that I've learned. I try and do everything sort of, on my own and not really want to bother people, but you learn so much from just asking someone that's been in your shoes before. They'd say, don't do that, definitely don't do that, or do this. And yeah, it saves you a lot of time and a lot of money. Outsource what you can within your budget. Focus on managing and coordinating the business. Don't try and do everything. So I outsource a lot of things. I built my website myself because I learned how to do that in my previous job. I just use Shopify and I find them really great. I met a really cool girl in the Mount when I worked up there, and she is a graphic designer and a web developer, and she sort of did all my branding for me. So yeah, that was really, really handy. And then I also have an amazing photographer who's a Queenstown based girl. And yeah, again, just outsourcing all of that sort of stuff is, it's best to sort of manage everyone and manage the business as opposed to try and do it, well, in my opinion, do everything yourself. Think about the whole picture and how that decision will affect it. Yeah, that's another big one as well. And just make a decision. There's nothing worse than indecision. I have learned that the hard way through a lot of the process over the last couple of years. You can get so bogged down on, something so small that you just need to make a decision and get on with it. And it could be the wrong one. It's likely to be, but and I hate not making a decision. It's really not ideal. You must be passionate, and that's it's another really, really big one. I think people, they can see straight through, an entrepreneur or business people and people that have started their own businesses, if they're not passionate about something and they don't genuinely believe in what they're doing, or what they're doing is helping people or the planet, or so you must be passionate about what you're doing, and stand by your morals and brand values, and that sort of goes hand in hand with the one above. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. I'll be here probably till lunchtime, so feel free to come and try on any of the jumpers and have a feel of them. And just ask me any questions and follow us on our social media if you want. That's a big part of our business as well. Most of our sales are directly from Instagram, which is we're so lucky that I guess the younger generation can say this, that we all know how to use it, and we are lucky that we can use it, because a lot of people, as Ida said before, she finds it really difficult, and she's had to outsource that, which is absolutely fine. But I'm just lucky that I can do that all myself. And so thank you so much for having me, and I hope that you've enjoyed the wee spiel about De Vere & Co.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? I know we had you guys really helped me during the technical intermezzo. Thank you so much. Are there more questions in the room? What we'll do is we'll just break for 15-minute coffee, because I promised, right? So you can't break your promise. So let's break for a 15-minute coffee. And if you guys want to say hi or thank you to Kate, which I'm doing right now. Absolutely amazing, Kate. Thank you so much. And welcome back to Lincoln University. And then we'll be back in the room in 15 minutes time. And so the people online, unfortunately, you need to make your own coffee. We have really nice home brewed. We have these beautiful muffins that you're missing out on. But see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thanks, Ross. It's cool, huh? There you are. Homemade. Ladies and gents, we like to start again. Can everybody take a seat? Ross, it's all up to you now, right? Make it. Welcome back, everybody. Everybody, welcome back. Nice little short coffee break, and it was amazing because everybody was talking to everybody, and connections already being made among the cohort as well, and our speakers. Michelle came up with a great idea. Since we are running a little bit ahead of time, she came up with this nice little challenge for the cohort, is to come up with a 1-minute pitch so that everybody can basically tell what they're doing, and which I actually thought was a wonderful idea. And what I'm doing now is I'm taking joint responsibility, right? So it's not only on Michelle anymore; it's now on Michelle and myself, right? Oh, sorry, and I just got heard from Michelle that it's all on me now, right? So we'll see how that goes, but that will be one of the options to fill a little bit of our time. Without any further ado, I want to introduce Ross to you, and again here, and I can't stress this enough, this all started by listening to a story, making connections, and even before Ross was Ross, the general manager for Leafed Foods, Ross and myself were already talking, and we had really cool conversations about things that now he's discovering that worked or didn't work. And he had many advisors there. So again, I'm happy to introduce a friend, and because that's what you're going to call the people that are actually helping you and mentoring you. So Ross, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And look, really a pleasure to be standing here in front of you speaking today. Thank you to both B.linc as well as Christchurch NZ for the opportunity. Look, I don't have any slides. It's going to be rather conversational today. I'll take you through a few things, right? I'll introduce myself, talk a little bit about Leaf Foods, what is it that we're doing, and then 3 things that are the sort of top of my mind in terms of what it takes to build a startup, especially in those early stages. And hopefully, you can take something away from that and apply it to what you're working on. But firstly, sort of kudos to all of you in the room, because stepping in and trying to build a startup is bloody hard work. So just the fact that you're here working and thinking about that challenge, that's pretty cool. Look, if I've got sort of bags under my eyes, it's because we finished trials last night at about 2 a.m. So I haven't had too much sleep. And look, that's actually just reality of startups, right? So take that into consideration a little bit for today. I'll introduce myself first. So look, I'm a chemical and process engineer out of Canterbury, left university and went and worked in dairy. Built dairy factories all over the world, had a great time, big new manufacturing processes for Friesland, Campina, Danone, Glanbia, Fonterra, Synlait, you name it. And about 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to come home. I'd been based in Europe for the 10 years before that, based in Copenhagen. And it was an opportunity to come back and work on something that I was deeply passionate about. And when you're overseas, you think like, I come back to New Zealand, what the hell am I going to work on, right? What company? I have to go to Auckland because that's where all the big companies are. I don't want to live in Auckland. I've done that before. I don't want to sit in the traffic. And I was thinking about this and met up with John and Maury about what was just a concept back then, right? And that was what is now Leaf Foods, right? It was a concept that was built on two fundamental drivers. Firstly, around our animal-based protein production system that we have in this country, right? It's dairy and meat, and the recognition that we can't keep doing it, at least at the scale that we've been doing it. It has this huge environmental impact and we need to change, but we simply don't have solutions to change to, right? We couldn't see that there's many solutions out there. So that was, how could we come up with a solution? That was one of the drivers. And then on the other side, globally, the shift towards plant protein. I've been working in dairy pretty much my entire career. I just started to work on some pea protein manufacturing plants by coincidence. And I was deeply involved in this movement in Germany in terms of these new plant-based vegan restaurants popping up, right? And I saw this huge drive globally. And the fact that New Zealand's not playing a role in that, firstly, right? We're exporters of protein, but it's all animal protein up until now. So how can New Zealand play in that space? And the second part of that was the current products out there suck. And I speak about this in terms of 3 years back, right? I was switching to plant-based, and most of the products were terrible, right? From a taste point of view, from a functionality point of view, they were just terrible, right? I don't know if you've tasted plant-based cheese, not knocking if there's anyone in here that's working on plant-based cheese, because good on you, but the functionality is either terrible or the taste is terrible, right? And if you're having red wine, it's really good to have nice cheese with it, and those products just don't stack up. So what we're doing at Leaf Foods is looking at extracting protein out of green leaves. So it's plant protein, but not like you've seen before, right? So it's not hemp, rice, soy, pea, etc. They all come from the seed of the plant. This is a protein that comes from the leaf of the plant. And the cool thing about that is when we extract it, it tastes great. It's got really high solubility. It's actually more like an animal protein than it is like a plant protein. And so 3 years ago, this was just a concept, and we've been building that up since then, right? We've gone from a couple of us standing around a whiteboard in the kitchen going, how might this work and what could the concept be? We now have 12 people working with us. We work incredibly hard, and we've been able to reach some really critical proof points. And probably most recently, we've been able to just complete our first capital raise. So we've brought in 20 million New Zealand dollars into the business, just pretty chunky capital raise for any startup, and a really great set of partners. You've got to work with people that share the passion and vision that you have, and we've brought a set of investors that do exactly that. So that's Costler Ventures based in the US. They previously invested in Rocket Lab in New Zealand, as well as Agritech, and then ACC, effectively our largest sovereign wealth, Naitahu Farming, which you're all very familiar with, and Stephen Adams. New Zealand, some of you are nodding. One of New Zealand's most famous sports people, plays in the NBA, and known as the Enforcer, right? He's a huge man who consumes a heck of a lot of protein. And we were talking to him for a long time before he actually became an investor. But he's quite hard case for those that don't know him. And he said in one of our interactions, hey, when are you guys going to make some plant protein that doesn't taste like shit and give me gas? And he's quite straight to the point. And that was the crux of it, right? Like, he consumes a lot of protein, he consumes plant protein on many occasions, and it tastes terrible. So if we can solve that simple challenge for consumers, then we can hopefully create the transformational change that we want to have back on farm and from an environmental point of view. So that's a little bit myself and Leafed. There's three key things that I want to talk to you about today. And so that'll be firstly around reality test, velocity, and team. I think those are the standouts for me in terms of what it takes to build a startup. Reality test. So this is just anyone that works with me will know that I just always harp on about reality testing. It's a concept from Sigmund Freud back in like 18 something. Someone in the room will be able to tell me. In layman's terms, it's as humans, we find it we always have an inherent bias, right? I did look up what he actually said. So it's the ability to see a situation for what it really is rather than what one hopes or fears it might be. And this is super critical in a startup, right? You're coming up with this new concept, many of you in the room, right? You've developed this new concept that either no one else has thought of or no one else has taken that step to try and turn it into a reality. And it becomes incredibly hard to figure out whether this is a good idea or not. You're sitting here with this idea in your head. It might be a terrible one. It might be the one that can change the world. You don't really know. And if you talk to people that are in the space or are around you, who's to say that they know either? You know, they may have thought of it, but decided not to do it. Doesn't mean it's a bad idea. If you look through all the transformational change in the world, be it Airbnb, Google, Microsoft, whatever, it's all, you know, they always talk about the fact that they pitched this idea and no one was interested. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea until it became a genius idea. That's like the typical story. And how do you get through that? So for me, it's about reality testing. So try to break your concept or your idea down as far as possible and test each little piece of it. And as humans, I see that we often fall into the gap. They're saying, but we have to like do the whole thing. And they try to demonstrate that. And that's just not true, because if you wait to do that and find out that it's wrong, you've spent a long time in your life working on something that was ultimately, you know, a disaster or a failure, which kind of sucks, right? So you want to avoid that at all costs. And you've probably spent a hell of a lot of either your own money or someone else's money, and that's typically a bad thing if it doesn't end up in something positive. So always try to break that down, be it the product, be it talking to consumers, be it finding little tiny proof points that give you the confidence that this is a good idea. And we do that across Leaf, right? We've also always tried to focus on the hardest thing. What is the piece of the puzzle that we're most concerned about? What is the hardest challenge? The easy things will always be easy. Don't worry about them. Worry about the hardest piece and try and solve that or prove that it can work. And this can be done on a small scale. You know, if it's a product, do it at 10 grams of, if it's a jumper, make one jumper first. Whatever the solution is for what you're working on. I'll look at my notes just so I can try and follow where I am, right? Look, the other thing about reality testing is it forces you to find the problems. When you're working on something new, you don't actually know what the challenges are quite often. So if you try to do it, even at the tiniest scale, you'll figure out what the real problems are. You know, for us, we're harvesting alfalfa this week at large scale, right? Now, we only produce small volumes of product, but we ran a forage harvester yesterday. That's a big class forage harvester. I don't know, it weighs 10 ton or something, driving down the paddock, cutting a few hectares. It's not that we needed that for our production run yesterday, that amount of volume, but by stepping up into that scale, we start to figure out practical issues, that we wouldn't have seen otherwise. There's nothing like actually seeing it to focus you and give you some adrenaline on what to work on. Look, the next one is around velocity. So if you're in a startup, it's not like building a bridge, right? We don't know the game plan. It hasn't been done 100 times before. You can't make this really nice MS project waterfall Gantt chart for the next 5 years that says we're going to hit these milestones and then we're going to do this and etc. Like if you make one of those, great, but it's probably going to be wrong. And if you disagree with me, then you must have a crystal ball, and I'm really happy to discuss this with you afterwards. So the other way to think about it is around velocity. How quickly can you move within a certain period of time will give you a much better idea of how fast you can move in the future. Yeah, we're always optimists, right? As human beings, we think we can do X amount in a day. The reality is often quite different. And if you can start to figure out early on in a startup how to measure your velocity towards a certain point, it gives you a much greater ability to forecast. It's really, really simple, but I can't emphasize it enough. And if you do this on a short rotation, be it a week, be it 4 weeks, whatever makes sense in your particular business, you'll make decisions. I love what was said before about more is lost. I've got a saying, which is more is lost to indecision than the wrong decision. If you wait around until you miss the milestone, then you have missed the milestone and you cannot come back from that, right? So that's kind of what I wanted to cover there. The other thing around velocity is that in a startup, we expect you to be able to work 3 times faster than anyone else, right? That's the expectation of startups. You can achieve 3 times more than any other existing business. And so that velocity piece becomes incredibly important, proving how much progress you can make within a short period of time. And if you're competing, think about the competitor in your space, right? Think about it, if it's a jumper, think about it in terms of fast fashion, with a company that's got 10,000 staff or something. How do you move 3 times faster than them? Because it's only if you do that, you'll be able to make true and transformational change and actually take them on. And that becomes quite challenging. Like everything you do every single day, you need to be moving 3 times faster than someone else. The next one is around team. Talent density is just absolutely key. Everyone knows this. In existing businesses, everyone says this as well, you've got to get the right talent. In a startup, it's life or death. If you don't have the right talent around you in a startup, it is literally life and death, right? You cannot succeed without the right talent around you, is my honest opinion. You're this tiny little startup trying to take on either an existing industry or make transformational change or do something that no one else has done, right? Succeed where other people have either tried and failed or just have simply not tried. That takes a certain type of person. And just by that sentence, right? That's not your average Joe Blogs that's going to enable you to do that. So if you can look at the team that you have and figure out how would you attract the best people in the world? How do you inspire them to come and work with you to do whatever it is that you want to do? This is just paramount, right? It's also from an investor point of view, right? We invest in these things, right? So you're investing in the team that's in place, your confidence that that team can do what no one else can do, how quickly they move, and the technical or tangible output from that team within a short period of time. This is what the people that ultimately will provide you the money are betting on. To reinforce that, investment in early stage companies, you're typically given about a 10% chance of success. It's pretty low, and even that number is like crazily high, right? So you're sitting here with this idea. At best, everyone in this room has a 10% chance of success. It's pretty damn low. So how do you change that 10% into a 20%, right? That's what you have to be thinking all the time, right? And I think it's a combination of those 3 things I talked about. I said there was 3, and those are the 3 main points. But the last one I'll add in, it's a little bit on the fly, is to reinforce that it's hard. Like, it is really hard. I'm sure I should have put up the slide, right? But I'm sure you've all seen it. There's these nice little diagrams of a startup, and there's like, you know, cliffs, and then there's crocodiles at the bottom, and then you come in, there's milestones, and you hit them, and there's all sorts of lovely little diagrams. I think my personal experience is something like more of a sine curve, right? You have these highs and lows, and they can be incredibly extreme, right? When you're working on taking a concept through to a reality. In the morning, you find something out. Okay, it's going to work, right? I've solved that. Like, yes, it works. By lunchtime, you found something else out, which wasn't what you expected, and you're like, it's completely failed, right? Like, this is no chance of success. This is like dead in the water. And that's just in like one morning. So if you do this for a long period of time, it's quite challenging. And what you should be looking for is the trend in that, right? The extremes and the amplitude of those extremes is fine and normal, but you're looking to see that trend line through the middle of it. Hopefully the amplitude is getting smaller, so you're not having as big a variation between it's going to work, it's going to completely fail, smaller amplitude, and in a trend direction that you want to see. So look for that trend. Don't get too concerned about those ups and downs on an hourly or daily basis or weekly basis. Think forwards to your original mission, your original purpose in terms of 5 years. Where do you want to be? Am I trending towards that or not? Is the information that I have learned over the past week, day, month, year increasing my level of confidence that this will work, or decreasing? This is the piece to look at. That's pretty quick, but look, you know, you've heard from a really large number of speakers. If you have questions, now's the time. If there's burning questions, or you want to know anything else about what we've done over the last 3 years, feel free to ask away.
Thank you very much, Ross. If I may, I have the first question.
Yes.
Because I have the privilege of hosting you here at Lincoln University, and I see your work, I see your teamwork. I also know what you're trained at and what you're doing, but I also see you doing a tremendous amount of diverse other activities. Mm-hmm. How important is leadership you talked about the importance of the team, right? Having all these people together in their specialism. I see your team being multifunctional. How does leadership come into that?
Yeah, look, if you're sitting here as a CEO, a founder, whatever it may be, your success is probably going to be measured on the team that you've built around you, right? Your ability, there is no way that you have all the answers, right? You're going to be an expert in one area, maybe two at best. You're not going to be an expert at others, right? Be that brand or technical or whatever. So how you will be measured is your ability to find great people in those other spaces. And I think, yeah, be it whatever leadership role you have in the company or in your startup or whatever, that's the way to think about it.
Thank you so much. Any questions in the room? I'll bring some, and I'll go from the back to the front.
Awesome talk, Ross. And I just had a couple of questions. First about, they're sort of relatable, but first one just about how you funded everything so far, especially having, you mentioned like 8 other members on your team. And then secondly, like how did you go coming into, you know, potentially, well, raising $20 million, and how did you get the investors excited about your venture and what you were doing?
Yep. So look, a couple of questions there. Firstly, in terms of, you know, over those first few years, we really leveraged the New Zealand ecosystem, right? So incredibly privileged to have the support of Callaghan Innovation. They gave us a project grant in the early days, in the really early days, right? When this was just like some crazy idea. It's a little bit less crazy now, but it's still a crazy idea, don't get me wrong. And so leveraged them, NZTE, MPI through the Sustainable Food and Future Fibres Fund. You know, we just literally went to these people and pitched our idea, said what we wanted to do. The support is there in New Zealand, would be my comment. You know, I spend a lot of time overseas. And I personally believe that there is the support for good ideas in this country. You have to go and work really hard at it. You have to pitch. You have to, it's taxpayers. A lot of that is taxpayers' money. So you have to treat it with a credible amount of respect. So don't, it's not easy, nor should it be, but it is there for those that want it. That was your first question. What was your second one?
Just about investment and raising the 20 million capital, and how you got the investors excited about your future.
It's the passion that you have yourself first, right? And it's that reality testing, right? This is the concept. This is what we know. There will always be things that you don't know. This is why we know it. This is how we know it. This is what we've done, right? Just working through that in a very systematic way provides confidence to them, right? They're looking, so the investor has to be interested in your space, first and foremost, right? And then they're looking to assess, is this a good idea? Should I put my money into it? You don't have to have all the answers, but you do need to be able to demonstrate your approach and how you can find those answers quicker than anyone else.
I have a question here.
Hi, really lovely presentation. You didn't really describe where we buy this, how you experience it, what is it you're making? So we've talked about the process, your journey, which is wonderful, thank you. But I just wonder if you could tell us more about the product.
Yeah, cool. Look, we're pre-revenue, this is still a startup. The product, so this will be a protein product that we can't share too much with you today in terms of exactly what application that will go into. That's just a little bit of a secret at this stage, but we'll be launching it into market directly to consumers, solving some of those key challenges that people face with the current offerings in plant protein space. I just won't tell you exactly what format that will be in yet, if that's all right. And that'll be about 18 months from now.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a great advantage to have John Penner on board, isn't it? That's with you and him, it's a team mutually supportive, equally passionate. In fact, he's probably even more passionate than you are, isn't it? I mean, how important has that been, really, that combination?
So look, so there's founders in terms of John and Maury, so husband and wife team. They both play an incredibly important, they've developed the concept. I came on to help them execute it. When you're trying to build, it's always teams that deliver, right? Actually, if we look at some of the truly transformational change and even Steve Jobs, right? It was the team around these people that made it a success. So it comes back to that point, right? We're very, very lucky to have that experience on board in terms of both Maury's experience from her previous role at an exec level within Fonterra, her career for BCG in terms of strategy, and then John's experience in terms of what he's done. He's done it before, right? He's built a business before, that being Synlait, and the learnings that come from that. So I think, we complement each other incredibly well. And then everyone that we bring into the team, we're looking for them to complement the existing skill sets as well.
Yeah, g'day. That was a great presentation. Do you see any issues long-term from the environmental side of things, with monocrop agriculture, water use, fertilizer, chemical, et cetera, versus say regen, protein, and other options like that?
Yes is the quick answer. So we're looking at extracting protein out of green leaves, right? It's a protein called Rubisco. It's the most plentiful protein on the planet. It's been known about for a really long time, but until now, no one's been able to commercialize it. The concept actually dates back to 1942. The first published paper that I found is in 1942, so it's by no means new. We can get that from a really wide range of green material. We talk in the public domain about using alfalfa as a crop, but we look at a wide range of crops that grow well in our climate here in New Zealand, that fit in with farming systems, and to your point around regen, that do the right thing from a soil health point of view. So we've got the opportunity to, so it's not necessarily monoculture, and how do we blend those blend particular crops together to achieve that outcome. And that's part of our research.
So one more quick question. And how far away do you see the actual tipping point for the economics of this versus the current systems?
If we can get this to work, on the fundamentals, this is competitive, right? This is already competitive. What we've worked through at small scale, at pilot scale, and those proof points that we've hit, we've been able to demonstrate that we're competitive with other plant proteins out there on the market, as well as existing proteins that come from animals, dairy, meat. Yeah. I'm wondering how deep to go on this. Could talk for another hour on this topic, right? But the thing about it in terms of growing a whole lot of green forage material, right? Our ability, you can grow a huge amount of that. And if we're able to bypass the cow and extract that and provide it directly to humans, there is a huge uplift in efficiency. And that enables it to be incredibly efficient. Even at where we are today at small scale and at pilot scale, we are getting the same kind of yields per hectare of protein than you get out of an existing really high performing dairy system.
Any more questions? Yeah.
Hey Ross, I suppose it's just clarifying. So you are looking to be a direct to market brand with Leaf?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
This has changed for us over time. I'd actually encourage other companies to do this. 3 years ago, the first thing we did, we sat down, like I said, around that kitchen table. It wasn't actually a whiteboard. The truth was that it was 3 pieces of paper. And John, Maury, and myself, we drew where we saw this company in 5 years. We literally drew. We didn't talk to each other. We grabbed like our own little corner of the kitchen and drew where we saw this business. And to be fair, at that point in time, looking at the challenge, if we could figure out, we knew of this protein, if we could figure out how to extract that from a technical point of view, how to make true transformational change on farm, how to be competitive within the existing system, how to reduce environmental impact, and sell that product to a Danone or to a Nestle, that probably looked like utopia back then. It wasn't until we started to produce the product. The product that we produced, the very first product we produced, we put it into a pavlova. This is no lie, right? We spent a year, we made our first product. You remember that, you were there. It cost a huge amount of money. We had 26 grams, I think, if I remember correctly, of product. And we produced this and we were cleaning down the equipment and playing with it. So just a little bit that was, washing down the equipment. And I was like, wow, this foams, right? And for a protein nerd, a protein that foams is quite exciting. Most proteins don't do that. And plant proteins really don't do that. And we joked and said, that's funny, you can make a pavlova out of that. Why a pavlova is because egg white has this cool ability to foam and make a meringue or a pavlova, right? That's why we use egg white in it. And it was a joke. And 2 weeks later, we took all of our first product and made a pavlova, substituted out, it was a pavlova recipe with 6 egg whites, substituted out the egg whites, put our product in instead at the same ratio, made a pavlova, and then all sat around in this very room over the other side and ate that pavlova. That was that tipping point for us, where we recognized we had something truly unique from a product point of view, right? And then it becomes a question of, well, how do we deliver that to consumer? And we always had this deep passion about solving those consumer needs. And now we probably had an increased, it's about that proof point, right? We had an increased recognition, belief, understanding that, yeah, we could really do this, right? And then it went on from there.
You're popular, Ross. More questions in the room.
I was hoping this because my presentation was short.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry for another question, but I was just wondering about whether there's actually potential for you to use waste product Like I was thinking, you know, there's heaps of natural fibers that are harvested and all the leaves that come with that, like maybe not pine needles and stuff, but then it probably comes back to the fundamentals of what plants you actually need to get the protein from in order for it to be viable. So,
yeah.
But is there potential for that to reduce, you know, I don't know, waste as well? And
there definitely is. And it's about how much do we bite off in one go, right? So working with green leaves as a raw material is already quite challenging. I'll give you an example, right? If you bite into an apple, you get this reaction, which is polyphenol oxidase, right? It's the browning of that apple. It happens within minutes, right? 60 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. That little reaction there is detrimental, right? Like we don't like that reaction. As soon as we cut a leaf, that reaction starts to kick off. So I used to work in dairy, right? And I thought like dairy was like milk coming from a cow was like super unstable and you had to treat it really carefully and stuff. Now I work with green leaves and I'm like, dairy was easy, right? That thing was so stable. Like this is a completely new genre in terms of how carefully we have to treat it. The protein that we're trying to extract, when it's inside the plant, it sits within the plant cell, it sits within the chloroplast, more specifically inside there. It's soluble protein, it's floating around, right? As soon as you start to cut things, it interacts with other compounds that we don't want it to. So we have to nourish it the whole way through the process. And for that reason, we are trying to develop a lot of consistency at this stage of our company on the front end. So we start with lush green leaves, freshly cut, and that's really important to us. Over time, I hope to see that we move in a direction where we can use, you know, to your point, other streams that are coming from other processes, right? And maybe that's us, maybe that's Leaf, or maybe that's other entrepreneurs and scientists that form part of our ecosystem around us that do the research on that piece of the puzzle.
Kia ora, Ross. I'm Michelle Polglaze, UC Centre for Entrepreneurship person, and just love your journey. It's a really fascinating story. I'm really interested in particularly sort of, I guess, following on from an earlier question about the capital raising strategy, the fact that you did manage to raise $20 million. How did you get Stephen Adams to invest? And in terms of like getting a name like Stephen Adams from NBA fame, how has that, I guess, assisted bringing other investors on board, or what are some, I guess, insights into your capital raising strategy you could share?
Good question. We've just gone through this process, so it's a little bit fresh and some of it's probably a little bit raw for us. So I don't know if we're like quite at that point of like sharing all of that just yet. Build those relationships, right? I mean, we worked on some of these relationships for years before we even raised, right? Not necessarily with the intent of those particular people, even as investors, just about building those relationships. So that's a big part of it, right? And that's in regards to Stephen. Yeah, we had a pre-existing relationship there for a long period of time where we were saying, hey, look, this is our passion, this is our idea. What do you think? Are we on point here? How do you see it? And then that ultimately led to a conversation about investment at a later stage. The other point I would make is that when you're working on something new, most people are going to think you're crazy, right? So to find the right partner is a process from an investor point of view, right? You want to find that right partner that believes in it, that believes in the same vision as you is really, really important. And that takes a while to find. And you're going to get some rejection, right? It's like dating, eh? Like it's, you know, I haven't done that in a long time, but those ups and downs, right? That rejection is going to come thick and fast. So work through that, but with that drive to find a partner that is going to be a good match, right? Don't compromise on that. And we've got, you know, we're incredibly privileged to have come across partners that really share our passion, that long-term view of where we need to go, and recognizing that they're joining us on a journey, right? You know, this is a journey. This is, you know, we're pretty ambitious with what we want to do. If we do succeed, this will be transformational from a farm system point of view, but it's going to take us years to work on that. So that's, yeah.
We have a question here, Ross.
Hi, I don't want to sound slightly skeptical, but
That's all right.
basically, I've gone through the journey of the good Kiwi diet to now I'm basically vegetarian. But I've got a, if you take margarine, all these manufactured products, I go into a supermarket and just about freeze anything on the packet I read, I don't buy. So, and I can see you're going through a manufacturing process, and is it going to just look like a natural product or one with all this other additives put in it?
Yeah, good question, right? So we're very much looking at clean label, right? So we've got a product that in its natural form is highly functional and has great taste. And that's what's got us excited. So how do we provide that to people? And the advantage that we see for what we're working on is, to your point, we're not having to create a really long ingredients list to mask some of the challenges that products have. So this is the way that we think about it. Yeah, we don't want to have to create an ingredients list that, after the first 3 ingredients, you can't understand, you can't pronounce. And most of those are masking agents, right? So we're pitching our product in its natural form. And when we do work here, which Vim has seen, we fill up the kitchen table around there, it gets completely filled some days with, I don't know, we have probably like 50 other samples in the cupboards of
That's
other
how
people's
it looks
products.
like.
It looks like that, but with every other competitor's product on the market. And then we're just taste testing them, and we're working through that, and we're saying, like, these guys have a really long ingredients list. What does it taste like? These guys have a short ingredients list, and where do we sit within that portfolio? Did that answer your question?
Ross, thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. Take home messages. Start your journey with a piece of paper. Then really wash the dishes and look at foam become a pavlova. Talking about pavlovas, lunch is ready to be served, and I think we're back on time, because I think lunch was going to be served at 12 o'clock. What I am looking at is just have lunch. We might start a little bit earlier, and I see a lot of people wanting to leave a little bit earlier as well. But we'll just play it by ear. I'll discuss it with Michelle. But at least for the next 30 minutes, enjoy lunch, and yeah, I hope you enjoy. Thank you so much. When you do events, it's the good things are only remembered if they're not bad things. And sometimes if you have a lunch that is really like, then you forget the good things that are happening at events like this. So glad that you like the food. Am I having a thumbs up? Yep, cool. And we are back into the FFA 2022 Symposium here at Lincoln University campus at B.linc Innovation. We had lunch. Now we are going to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Wilbur. And Wilbur and his colleague are making meat out of honey. And when I said that to Emily, she said, look, how do you make meat out of honey? But it is a different meat. So this is me in with my funny European accent. So I will let Wilbur explain what they are doing and what meat we are actually looking at.
And I'm Wilbur, and together we make up BuzzCop.
We will connect that to.
So at BuzzCop, we brew a range of session meats from native New Zealand honeys, with a focus on brewing the future for our native honeys. We've taken mead, which is the world's oldest alcohol, and reimagined it and designed it for today's market. So we've currently got 3 products, which each feature a different native New Zealand honey. Going from the left is Kamahi honey, the middle Rata honey, and the end Putakawa honey. So our meads are all that brewed quite dry, so naturally low in sugar.
Wilbur and Edward, and so they're going to talk about meat.
Good day, everyone. Sorry we couldn't be there in person today, but thanks for listening to what we've got to say anyway. I'm Edward. And I'm Wilbur. And together we make up BuzzCop. So at BuzzCop, we brew a range of session meats from native New Zealand honeys, with a focus on brewing the future for our native honeys. We've taken mead, which is the world's oldest alcohol, and reimagined it and designed it for today's market. So we've currently got 3 products, which each feature a different native New Zealand honey. Going from the left is Kamahi honey, the middle Rata honey, and the end Putakawa honey. So our meads are all that brewed quite dry, so naturally low in sugar, have no artificial flavours or colours or preservatives, are low carb as well as meads naturally gluten-free. So the last couple of months we've managed to pick up a few awards for our meads and are currently working on some new products as well, which is a bit exciting. So ever since I could remember, I had a love for bees. My first encounter with bees was when I was probably about 5 or 6, and we went on a school field trip to a classmate's farm, and they had frames of honey lying, taken out of the hive. And we all got to run our finger through the hive, through the frame, sorry. And then we got to obviously eat the honey and chew on the beeswax, and from that moment on the sugar rush, I was hooked. And then quite a few years later, in 2016, the opportunity came up for me to do a bit of beekeeping for the summer, and I just fell in love and just thought it was the most fascinating thing in the world. And then about 8 months later, the manager left, which gave me the option to manage the hives. And at the time I was at uni, but I dove head first into it, and sort of all I did was talk bees, do bees, and yeah, did a bit of uni on the side. Tried to go to most lectures, but that didn't really happen. Used to take mates out to help me, and yeah, the love for bees kept growing. So I did this for about 3 or 4 years, producing a wide range of native honeys, and was producing probably 20% Manuka, and was getting paid well for that. But every other native honey I was producing, the market price was about $3.50, and it was costing most beekeepers about $7.50 a kg to produce, which obviously isn't really viable as a business. So this grew a bit of frustration for me, because we have 188 native plants that rely on pollination, and if we can only get paid well for pollinating one, then we're not really creating great native diversity. And as well as this, like, supporting beekeepers is so important, because our food chains rely on bees. I think about 70% of products you see on shelf today rely on the pollination of bees. So it got me thinking, like, how do we create value? How do we create a value chain in the market? And one day I somewhat stumbled across meat. And it seemed like a pretty good idea, and something that wasn't widely done in New Zealand yet. Definitely now that we've been in it for a wee while, like the market's growing and the amount of people doing it is growing. So that's an awesome thing. And yeah, so after that, I tapped my lifelong friend here on the shoulder, and yeah, we got into it.
Yeah, so Wilbur and I have been mates for a long time, most of our lives, lots of like family holidays together, skiing and fishing and whatnot. Then when Wilbur went to Lincoln, I went to Wellington and studied design and marketing. And then we're actually at a mate's party one day and he tapped me on the shoulder and asked if I'd ever heard of mead. And the answer was no, what the hell is mead? But quickly, I think by the end of the week, we'd already organised the time to put our first brew on. And we both like really quickly fell in love with it. So here's a little timeline of our progression. So obviously Wilbur was beekeeping in 2016. At the start of 2020, we first started brewing in a spare office at Wilbur's family farm in Darfield with a sort of a heat pump, a little kitchenette, and that's everything we needed. It played around with the year, and then in end of 2020, put our first batch into cans. A lot of learnings happening with it. And then in August last year, we sort of updated our product flavor profile a wee bit. We changed our branding and then began on a bit of a sales push into supermarkets. So fast forward to where we're at now, we're in around 100 high quality outlets around the country. So this is mainly grocery stores at the moment. I mean, due to COVID, hospitality has been a wee bit rocky. So I think looking forward to next summer is something we're really going to hopefully expand into. But yeah, been grocery for now. And in that time also managed to be picked up and shared by some pretty mainstream media outlets, which is really helping us grow and sort of not just only get our brand awareness up, but educate people about mead and about what it is.
Yeah, so we've made some pretty big mistakes in our 2 years of commercial production. Our first brew was somewhat of a nightmare. I think it could have made probably the funniest TV show ever made. So the first mistake in that brew was not understanding lead times. We'd never done like food production on a commercial scale, and the lead times for that were misunderstood. So we had cans coming off the canning line with no stickers on them, so unlabeled cans, and then also didn't have the right size boxes because we ordered them too late. And actually, no, we ordered the wrong size. That's right, ordered the wrong size and then had to find something else. So we were putting like 18 cans into a box, which is not really well known, and stuffing it with a bit of cardboard to pack it out. And then we spent, days, if not weeks, hand stickering cans in a family friend's warehouse. But we got there in the end, and I think like the lessons we learned from that were huge, and understanding how everything works on a big scale and commercially was huge, and understanding that mistakes are okay, but as long as we learned from them and grew from them, then we'd be all right.
Yeah, for sure. I guess there's a bit of overlap with the first brew of this one, but something that almost took longer to learn was cutting corners never really works. I think initially we looked at other businesses and thought we're going to be doing it differently. We want to be different to everyone else. And this ended up doing things differently. And also looking down the barrel of big invoices, thought we could do it on the cheap or different ways. We realized that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to do everything differently to everyone else. We just need to do it better. So I guess good learning curve was look at what other people are doing and how we can sort of adapt their techniques and also do it better for us.
Another big lesson learned for us is keep adapting. At the start, we used to do tasters in supermarkets and get some pretty honest and brutal feedback. People love to do that, which we probably didn't realize at the time. And it took us a while probably to actually take that feedback and not take it to heart and actually adapt the product to it. We thought we'd put a product on the shelf and leave that product, and all we'd have to do is market it. We're always adapting that product and bringing out new variants So yeah, the key was like, if you look at big companies that have made it, they always keep adapting. And it's all right if you didn't get it right the first time or even the second and the third. But as long as you're always listening to what the market wants and adapting your product to that, you've got a pretty good chance of success.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the second biggest lesson that we've learned in our time with Buzz Club is building a strong team. We've been lucky enough to be part of Te Haka, which is like a shared startup space, sort of in the centre city, which has been great. Because often when you're founding a startup, it can be quite isolating. Lots of your sort of mates or friends or family don't really understand the same pressures or challenges that you're going through. So having a network of people that are experiencing similar things that you can talk to and get advice from has been so beneficial. And also something which we've got better with the time is getting a strong network of advisors or mentors, or even like a board of directors, people that have experienced and have good networks, but also on your side that you can pick up the phone call with a question. They're going to give you some good advice or tell you where to look for the right advice. I think that's been the biggest sort of main learning curve for us in the last few months, is getting strong people around us and realizing where we need the help. Yeah, so what's next for Buzz Club? We can talk about new.
Yeah, so we're going to create some new variants of Buzz Club and trying to get like probably more creative. This is what the market is asking for. And we're also shifting to a new brewery. So we've teamed up with Two Thumb here in Christchurch. And probably this is, yeah, definitely the biggest brewery we've ever worked in. And just getting those commercial batches more and more similar, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, and creating probably a more constant supply chain, which is pretty exciting for us. We're also like opening a bar in the centre city in a few months' time. We're looking to trial a lot of different things at the bar to get customer feedback. Like as we said earlier, customer feedback is the key to our success, no matter how brutal it can be. It can also be positive, but you don't really remember those ones. It's the 1 in 100 that screws their face up and says, this is terrible. But asking why they think it's terrible, or if you get constant feedback in one direction, actually listening to that and taking it is key.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we've had a big focus on supporting native New Zealand through like pollination and through a diverse range of native honeys. Making clean alcohol, but we want to go one step further than sort of a lot of other alcohol companies and not just create a healthy low sugar alternative, but something that actually is better for the environment as well. So the key sort of phrase that we're working with is working alongside our environment rather than against it. So the new facility we're moving into is fully solar panel power, which means we'll be able to cut our energy usage right down, as well as sort of captures rainwater to make that way more efficient also. So sort of starting that journey towards becoming carbon zero or carbon neutral is something that's pretty exciting for us. Yeah, we also want to harness mead's naturally really resource efficient process. So with like lots of other alcohols like beer or wine, there's quite a bit of waste left over at the end, whereas with honey, it's fully ferments 100% of it. And as well, that raw ingredient is directly benefiting that native environment around it, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah. So I hope what we've said today has been helpful. And if you want to know more or you want to ever ask a question, we don't know it all. We're still learning ourselves for sure, but we'd love to help. So there is our emails, and yeah, hope we were helpful today. Thanks. Cheers.
Again here, really exciting story about passion coming into market. So again here, Wilbur and team couldn't make it, but their emails are actually on screen and they are very happy to answer your questions for your journey. Just want to give you a heads up, and I already did that just before lunch, right? Think of, we want to get every team up here and for a minute, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, a minute and 5 seconds, something like that. Come up, and don't get me wrong, guys. I'm going to give you a little bit of a time to think about it, right? So, come up with just a one-liner, what you're all about. Come up with, I think, the top 2 or top 3 or top 1 learnings that you have gained so far going through this process? Right? So a one-liner about what you think your team is all about, and then just a top 1 or 2 or 3, whatever you want to do, learnings out of the process so far. And you can be brutally honest. We can handle that. Events like this would not be possible without sponsors. And I'd like to introduce to you Alex. She has been a long-term supporter of actually facilitating entrepreneurship in New Zealand. She's the commercializations manager for KiwiNet, and she's a great supporter of the FFA challenge already for years. So we have a video message from Alex.
Hi, I'm Alexandra Stuttridge. I am a commercialisation manager for KiwiNet. I work across all of New Zealand, but mainly I support a lot of the South Island. KiwiNet manages a $20 million pre-seed fund for MB, and it is to transform New Zealand science and innovation by commercialisation to power the world, which is one of our key goals. KiwiNet also offers a wide range of tools such as commercialization pathways. We offer mentors, we offer skill-based programs, things like the Emerging Innovator Program, where researchers can spend off and on a 6-month program to learn different skills, to have a dedicated mentor and some funding to really work up their ideas. We also have right at the other end programs like the Spin-Out Program and market validation. You and your projects are the next generation of innovation and success for New Zealand and for the New Zealand innovation ecosystem. So we encourage you to work hard on your projects, equally to play hard, and KiwiNet looks forward to seeing some of your projects coming through our investment pipeline via pre-seed grants. So if this is of interest to you, please reach out to your commercialisation officers within your organisations if you are a public research organisation, and see if you're eligible for our fund. It's a great process, it's a great way to meet people, and lots of great connections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. And again, this is very much about connections and building connections. Before I'm going to go put you guys on the spot, I'm going to introduce myself, because I'm going to make a little bit of a fool out of myself so you guys feel a little bit more comfortable doing this pitch that suddenly somebody decided that we had to do, and I'm suddenly responsible for that. That's how these things work, right? So what do you see? Solution driven and some food for thought. So this is very much about me making a fool out of myself, and hopefully you guys are like, what's happening to us? What do we see? What do we see? What do you see? Shout, guys. Sorry? The binoculars. What else? A car. What else? Yeah, what else? Yes. So we see all these different things, right? And we're looking at the same picture. So is there one answer? Is there one dimension? Is there one right? Is there one wrong? No. Right? Because we all looked at the same picture, and we all decided that we saw something else. So what if I ask you about the future, right? Will there be one future? No. And of course, organizations like, for example, PricewaterhouseCoopers are looking at the future. They are actually doing calculations. They're building models. Basically, what they're doing, they're looking at today, yesterday, the trends, and they're coming up with possible futures. So it's for us to actually look at that. Okay, what do we see here? Sorry? Two faces. Cool. And again, are we right? Are we wrong? It's all there. What do we see? Who is seeing the fish? Yay, fish is well there. Cool, right? How many legs does an elephant have? How many do we see? So there again, continue to use your brain, right? Sometimes your eyes are fooling you. Have you ever seen elephants in the wild with 5 legs? No, right? So therefore, this can't be true. This must be some type of fiction of my imagination, right? Don't be fooled, right? If you find something, a new product that nobody has before, don't let yourself be encouraged. Well, this is probably the five-legged elephant. Don't be discouraged about that, right? But don't sell people a five-legged elephant because it doesn't exist. Can we start a video on this? Is that by clicking again or? Okay. So you think you saw what you saw, and you thought like, whoa, she is strong, and then you didn't see what you saw. What do we see here? Is this person that has invented this Mr. Elon Musk, is he convincing us that this is the most sustainable vehicle in the world? He is, right? That is what his whole marketing thing is doing. This is the most sustainable vehicle in the world. I promised I was going to make a fool out of myself. Now I'm driving this. Can you please start the video again on this? Now I'm driving this beautiful Tesla, right? Being the most sustainable vehicle in the world. And this is how I charge it. Watch this space. So there you go. You can say that you have the most sustainable vehicle in the world, but if you don't put it in the right context, it means nothing, right? So the next question is your solution that you guys are working on, that you guys think is absolutely magic, that you guys are basically telling us, right, shortly in this 45-second pitch, is your solution actually solving the problem? Have you asked yourself that question? Is what you're doing really solving the problem? I could argue that my solution is a perfect fit. It's perfect. It fits perfectly. Right? From a technical perspective, I'm completely right. From an aesthetic point of view, you probably think I'm a lunatic, right? Because this is not beautiful at all, right? I did it completely wrong because this beautiful picturesque building that I was going to show you is not there. So again, I continue to ask you a question. Is your solution solving the problem? If then I have a solution, like a pens for dogs, right? Then I need to ask myself another question. What would be desired outcome? Because I could argue that both solutions are ticking the box, but probably not both solutions are acceptable to your end user. So there again, there must be that test. So you need to figure out what's the scoop, right? If my customer wants a dog, a pants, how does it actually look? Food for thought. And this is like long-term, like blue sky stuff, right? What if we would all live by the Live Well diet? This is our benefits to society and to carbon. We would have solved a lot of the climate issues. But it's very much a what if, right? But what is the chance that we will all start to eat differently? Who would have thought that when we started to push and say, well, there needs to be less sugar in our food, the whole food industry and everybody's like, and the whole sugar industry and everybody was like, oh, no. No, biofuels. So the sugar industry didn't disappear. It reinvented itself because there was more demand for ethanol. You heard Wilbur say that his new facility will have solar panels. Fantastic. Don't assume that having solar panels is always a sustainable option, because solar panels are not solar panels are not solar panels. Some solar panels are being made with contested minerals, and some solar panels are being made with slave labor. So again, look at the most sustainable solar panel that you can find if you're going to move into a sustainable practice. Life is a compromise. The perfect solution doesn't exist. So please keep that in mind. I think I've made enough fool out of myself now. So it's over to you. Michelle, which team do you want to have first?
So if we just start in
You need to have a microphone, Michelle. People don't hear.
So yeah, part of the purpose of your meet today is to network, meet each other, and basically share a little bit more about your journey as well. So I think the very first team was the Lincoln team. I don't think Tamir's here. So then I think it must be Daniel, Alps to Ocean from memory. And from the order of the photos, just come up here and share your 1 to 2 minute pitch max, because there's a lot, well, 1 minute, just a little bit about who you are and what you're doing. You've all seen each other on the Zoom, right? But this is like the opportunity, a bit more context in person. So handing my mic.
Yep, here, perfect. Yeah.
Kia ora, I'm Daniel from Alps Ocean Foods, and we want to make consumers feel good about eating red meat protein again. So we're going to be using bobby calves, which are currently slaughtered at 4 days old. We intend to grow them out for a 12-month period, so they're not wintered. Then we intend to use that to produce an added value dried beef product for export. It'll be flavored using New Zealand indigenous ingredients, such as horapito, honeydew, piri piri, kiringo. So we've got the sweet, the spice, all the different flavors covered. And we also aim to, I suppose, bring employment to some people with smaller land holdings due to calf rearing. Obviously, there's a massive wasted resource with bobby calves. So there's certainly a lot of opportunity to scale up. And yeah, and I suppose the biggest thing that I've learned through this challenge is that everyone's sort of thinking the same thing in regards to self-doubt and is this idea any good and what am I actually doing here? And so it's been great to talk to everyone around that. And I've also found that the more you reach out, the more help you get, but also the more pushback you also get, especially when you're trying to go against, what other people, they just don't think it'll happen, or they don't agree with you, or they're looking for different types of solutions or non-solutions because they think they're unknown. So yeah, I'm just keep on pushing and we'll see where we end up.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Next up.
I can't read the order now. I'm just going to mix you up. As long as you'll get to speak. I love that. Share the insights though. Keep coming.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Daniel. I'm working on changing the way that wineries do their testing. So we're creating microfluidic devices. That's devices that use liquids running through really small channels. We're taking out the lab from the wineries. Wineries, especially boutique wineries, they got a small team. They really want to focus on their winemaking, not on the testing, all of the stuff that's not really of interest to them. So what we're doing is we're enabling that change for them. I guess my learnings from this is just the amount of things that you've got to know when you're trying to start up a business or when you're trying to go through all this. There's market validation. There's all these things about sustainability and ethical practices that you've really got to know about. What was the other thing?
No, I think that's it. Perfect.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I took a photo of the run sheet, right?
You're welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh from Autonobit. We're making autonomous vehicles for vineyards. The idea is that this year we're going to be able to bird scare, and in subsequent years we'll be able to weed spray and mow as well. The core idea is that if we reduce the labor costs, we don't have to get the jobs done really quickly because we're not paying for labor, and then we can move away from big heavy vehicles as well and go for smaller electric vehicles. A couple of two things I've learned in this program so far is sort of rein in the scope of the product. I really enjoy engineering the product, and I keep sort of going down rabbit holes thinking, oh, I could add that, or, the light should flash different colors, who knows what, but just getting the minimum viable product across the line. The other thing is I enjoy engineering the product, but I also have to sell one at some point. So I'm starting to reach out and do some more talking and networking, things like that. So it's a challenge, but we're getting there. So tagline, Autonobit, we're making vineyards a bit autonomous. Thank you.
Oh, and Josh, what have you got out there?
Oh, yeah, come and have a look out in the foyer. There is the robot.
Oh, nice.
It's really cool because I see a lot of team pushing going along. You need to talk, I need to talk, we both need to talk.
Kia ora, I'm Cameron.
I'm Callum.
And we're Bambax. And we create home compostable packaging for food companies to reduce their waste as a replacement to single-use plastics and non-recyclable plastics.
Yeah, so we aim to create a circular bioeconomy using like 100% biosourced and biodegradable materials that can be composted commercially or in your home composting machine. And these products would, create extended shelf life properties for food packaging, anything that needs extended barrier protection.
Yeah, currently we're producing our first product range out of Scion Research in Rotorua and doing testing in the next couple of months. And all successful, we'll start a manufacturing facility in Christchurch early next year. Key learnings.
My probably biggest key learning for me would be sort of taking all this information, and then you get a lot of conflicting advice from mentors and from all different people in the industries, and just trust your own intuition, trust your own instincts, and like we've had all sorts of different advice about different fibers we should be using, different materials we should be using, but a lot of them aren't commercially viable. A lot of them aren't, there's always flaws with all these different ideas that people throw at you. So just trusting your own advice and sticking to your guns and what your truly heart and soul for the company is as well. Don't sort of differ too far from that.
Yeah, and my key learning would probably be seeking criticism as a really good thing. Like we seek criticism from biochemists at the university, professors that told us that wouldn't work, but this will. And, that was 3 months. We went down a rabbit hole, we pulled ourselves out, and especially from seeking criticism from the supply chain, from other manufacturers and suppliers, because they've seen others come and go, and they can tell you what does work, what doesn't work. And criticism is, finding out what doesn't work will eventually lead you on that sort of fishtail journey to what does work. So yeah, that's my advice.
Thank you.
So you could have run away.
Hello, I'm Nicola from Carbon Z, and we basically are trying to solve the problem that right now it's really tricky to buy carbon credits, and also they're often from kind of monocultural pine. And so we're therefore creating a platform which is basically the marketplace, or say the trade me for carbon credits from New Zealand natives or natives from the NZUs, and hopefully kind of diversifying that to say blue carbon or hopefully a variety of tokens. I would say the biggest challenge or learning we're facing is how much noise costs. And just the compliance side of things, every minute is money. And I guess it's really stressful when you're a startup and don't have a lot of money. So yeah, that's kind of it. But also all these connections we're making, it's crazy seeing even just within this cohort, how many kind of synergies and people that are here. I know our biggest issue is going to be the supply of credits, especially from natives, and so it's pretty cool seeing the mapping technology coming about.
Thank you.
Sorry, I put A for the sorry. Just put back in.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Imogen from the Repaver project. And at the Repaver project, we are harnessing the potential of waste to improve the living environment of communities. And this project basically comes from the problem of waste in the food industry, such as plastic waste and bio-based waste stream from processing and manufacturing food, and trying to find a way to use it that improves the living environment of communities. So since I'm working within the food industry in Timaru, I noticed a problem of slippery pavers in the urban environment. So the solution that I'm proposing to solve both of these issues is less slippery pavers that are made from waste products. So this is kind of a two-in-one solution that's meeting both problems. Yeah, and the key learning that I've had from my experience so far is that I sort of went down a bit of a tunnel of thinking where I was thinking, oh my gosh, what I'm doing here, not everything is sustainable, it's not perfect, but it's kind of accepting that and realizing that what I'm trying to do is better than what is currently done, and that it's a starting point and that we can then build on it and do even better down the track. But in order to do that, you've got to start first. And then the other thing would be not to fear money, because I kind of had this innate idea in my head, big businesses are causing these problems, are bad, you know, how can I become a business without also being like these sort of evil businesses that I had in the back of my mind? Yeah, that's me and the Repaver project.
Thank you.
No, both of you, sorry.
I'm sitting there pretty, shall I?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Oh, I'm not going to say anything.
So Ross Milne earlier this morning said that there was limited solutions for the animal industry, and I disagree. We have a solution. Yes. So we help farmers improve animal performance and well-being in New Zealand and looking globally. We believe, just like Ross, that the answer lies beneath our feet. So we look at grass-fed particularly. That's our focus. So we have 20 years of research, 10 years of in-field trials, and for the last 5 years, we have been working towards our MVP for our diet decoder software. What that software does is take the diet, particularly the grass diet, look at the mineral profile and understand how well that meets the animal's needs. Have you got anything to add to that?
I don't. That was perfect.
Something from the accelerator.
Yeah.
So as far as the accelerator, I can tell you that I failed fast on Friday for those that were there. Yeah. I shut my computer when we said leave that meeting, and I burst into tears, and there were a few things that I said, but one of the big things from that, for those of you that weren't there, I got to my second slide and I just said, I can't do this. And the reason I couldn't do it was because it wasn't saying what I knew was right within me. 25 years ago, we started farming in Eastern Hill Country in Taranaki with my late husband, who was a vet. And we struggled with getting our ewes and lamb. We struggled with a whole lot of animal performance things. And we used all the diagnostics that we knew, and they weren't giving us the answer. It wasn't until we started looking at the grass and the mineral profile in the grass that's when the discoveries came. So on Friday, when I started down the track, and I realized that I was not actually telling you guys what was in my heart. I watched yous go onto that truck. I kept ewes for a second year to see if they would get in lamb again. And when they didn't, it was like, what was going on? So on Friday, I shut my computer, I burst into tears and I said, I know what is in my heart. I know what the farmers need to hear. And so I failed fast, but what it taught me was that there will be noise to go back to what I believe in, what I'm passionate about, and keep on that track. And that's why we're here.
And there's another pitch session next week.
Yeah, and it will be different.
Kia ora, we are Fukus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I am Lynn and this is Rohan. And basically our idea is to produce a canister which can efficiently break down food into methane, which can be used as a substitute for LPG gas. So we're kind of trying to decentralize the whole like electricity system and make it into something that the consumer can directly benefit from. And yeah, that's basically us.
Cool. Key learnings so far, lots of stuff. Mostly just do as much research as you can, because what they say, there's like lots of solutions to one problem. There's also lots of problems with one solution. Like for example, a city in Pakistan is using organic waste to power their bus fleet. So I was like, oh my goodness, how are they doing that? So it's kind of like, you're going to see that your solution can also help with other problems. And maybe that along the way it might change. But it's just important to remember that your solution can also fix other problems. And there's lots of ways your solution can still help, or your idea can help the world. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ken, and this is...
Hi, I'm Manath.
And we're making better pea protein. So what we're trying to do is produce a plant protein which has much better functional properties than what's currently available. One of our first challenges came from a mentor, and he said, what are we selling? Are we selling the process or the product? And that was a very good point. Now, we were thinking in terms of the process, but what he pointed out was that really wouldn't provide the focus for an audience or investors or judges. So we've in some ways pivoted to looking at a product that we could sell to consumer that's based on our process. And then the next real thing that's really helped us is to make contacts with those in industry. And I've already established contact with New Zealand Functional Foods down in Chicago, setting up a manufacturing plant. Had a good chat with Ross Milne from Leaf, who I know. I used to teach him many years ago. But he is now much more experienced in these matters than I am. And he had some really good ideas. He's given me another contact, which is what this is all about. He said this woman up in Gisborne, she's really enthusiastic about plant-based milk. So I'll be making contact with her and seeing what we can do. So those two things have been really important for us. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, we started our job with aiming to produce a plant protein with good functional properties. So we started, we used pea as a very sustainable crop, extracted protein, and then we purified it with the hope that we can use it in the plant-based products. And at the moment, we successfully could incorporate it into oat milk, and now we are aiming to produce a product that has the same nutrition as cow's milk. Yep, and my key learning is that never give up, and mistakes are the best teachers, and yep, never get disappointed. There is always a solution, and make a good communication with people who might know the answer. Yeah, keep up the good job.
Sorry, that was fantastic timing on his part. So I'm Cindy from Carbon Plan.
And I'm Charlotte.
That's Charlotte.
We are a team of 3, so we're hoping that means that 3 times of hard work thing is that we're going to be able to do that between the 3 of us, not each of us.
Fingers crossed. We have a tool, we're developing a tool for farmers to be able to offset their carbon emissions. So they're going to be taxed, all greenhouse gases are going to be taxed, agricultural greenhouse gases are going to be taxed from 2025, 26, somewhere in there. But will have the opportunity to offset them through carbon sequestration. So the idea is to map vegetation and then provide them with some idea of how much vegetation they've got and how much they can offset, and also provide the second step of the tool is to provide them with an idea of for their low producing land, whether they can plant some vegetation and increase your sequestration essentially.
And the idea is to be able to classify between native and exotic plants as well, so that we can then, I guess our initial solution is about a cost-effective tool for farmers to be able to move into this, new greenhouse gas space and have a tool that's going to help them quantify their sequestration opportunities. But I think that already there's going to be further uses for something that can quantify and classify vegetation in terms of cultural values and being able to have biodiversity corridors and increased opportunities for mahinga kai and things like that. So a bit like somebody else said, you got to start by making a solution and keep the scope small. So we've got our initial focus, but we can already see where things might, how else it might grow.
Yeah, some learnings.
Ooh,
doing this on top of a full-time job in a startup company is always fun, but
yep. Since we just started our own business as well in December, so that was maybe biting off more than we can chew. We don't know.
We'll find out.
We'll see how great our hair goes.
So this has been good for finding pathways to market and meeting people that hopefully help us get this tool to like it. So yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Regan.
And I'm Kathleen.
And we're Plant My Carbon. That sounds so cheesy. I don't like that. We aim to demystify and lift the veil upon companies' carbon sustainability claims, and also create a sense of ownership whilst creating an open set database as well that people can use to query those kind of activities and make sure they're held accountable. Our learnings: do not fall in love with your idea. It will change. But also be bold as well. Don't settle for small things. Try and change the world.
Yeah, about same. Also just get out there and do it. Like we just found, we came up with the idea and then 2 weeks we're out talking to investors and with really nothing behind it, and seeing where that goes. But we learned a lot from that and just constantly pushing yourself and talking to people.
My key learning would be don't be afraid to ask for advice. People genuinely want to help. And just even speaking to our mentor, he's pointed us into different directions and different people that, just want to help. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ruben. I am founder of Black's Avenue, which is a medical cannabis cultivation company. I've just recently got a medical cannabis license from the ministry, setting up a cultivation facility out in North Canterbury. We're looking to grow with purpose, and our purpose, we want to offer our cultivation into looking into the research into CBD, which is a component of cannabis, influence on concussion recovery and prevention, and looking at the problem that they have specifically in rugby, and looking to explore a medicinal approach versus the passive gradual return to activity that they have at the moment. So developing software and testing equipment that will collate the data to be able to piece together a medicinal approach, and looking at CBD, offering that as a service. There's plenty of plenty of studies out there that exist that prove that. I guess the big thing was prohibition has been a bit of a curveball for the plant, and no research has really been done in that space. So we want to be a part of that in New Zealand with the emerging market to start collating that data and be able to substantiate a lot of those claims. Learnings from all of this is explore all avenues. I probably wouldn't even be in this challenge if I hadn't explored other avenues and spoke to David Taylor, and just seeing where those relationships and conversations can take you. I didn't think that I would get much benefit out of this and didn't really expect to be here at this stage, but I am definitely finding a lot of benefit out of networking with everyone that's in here. Also the speakers that we've had, the connections that I got from Michelle with Dr. John Reed. It's just, really broadening the scope and developing pathways I didn't even really think were going to exist at this stage in the game. So yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cheers. Good everyone, I'm Ben.
I'm William, and we're your co-founders of QE5 Innovations, a company designing sustainable materials to drive humanity forward.
So we are providing natural, high performance natural fiber composite materials, custom building these for companies to build better products and achieve environmental goals. So we're disrupting a $170 billion industry, the composites industry, which is becoming increasingly accommodating to natural fiber composite materials, which is currently only a $10 billion industry, of which there's one company in the world doing the same thing that we do. And the difference between us and them is that they use flax linen fiber, which is half the strength of the fiber of the future, which is native to New Zealand, called harakeke, which produces seed, oil, gel, and fiber, which is a byproduct of all of those. So yeah, we're bringing a new industry to New Zealand and disrupting trillions of dollars worth of industries, because everything uses materials, every industry. Yeah, and biggest learning from the incubator so far, work with other startups. You can achieve some cool stuff from working with other startups that we sent harakeke to space a few months ago with another startup. Have a look at our LinkedIn, it's all there. And other key learning would be everyone has an opinion, but no one knows your product like you do. So go with your gut and do what you want to do. Cheers.
Sorry, what are we doing at 12 o'clock?
We had a conference with IP lawyers just because it's IP day today. So we're just talking about the innovation ecosystem in New Zealand.
And we need some free legal work because we're going to need to get some patents soon.
First hour's free.
Cheers.
Yeah, money back. And then we've got G.
You're welcome.
My name is Amir Denis Torrico. I'm a lecturer here at Lincoln University. My team is also two lecturers. They are not here right now because it's the time of the year that we have a lot of questions of students and we need to just keep busy with those type of things. But my idea is related to producing microgreens in self-contained systems and then use the 3D printing technology to produce foods that can be analog to meat products. And just a bit of background. I know this is just 2 or 3 minutes, but this actually was another idea that we have before for another challenge. It's called the NASA Space Challenge, because now space programs, they want to create this type of system of modules that they can be launched in missions to Mars or the moon. So the basic idea, around that is just to create a self-contained system that you can create this type of foods. And learnings that I have here is that sometimes academics tends to be very self-centered in terms of the ideas. It's good to have opinions of all the network around the industry here, and that was very valuable for me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm involved in hoo-hoo grubs for food, and we produce zillions of hoo-hoo grubs in New Zealand, but we don't harvest them. And the hoo-hoo grub, in Asia, they eat a lot of very similar things. And hoo-hoo grubs are tender, 35% protein, so you don't need a factory to produce the protein. All you need to do is eat a hoo-hoo grub. So, and they've got that where I fit into the picture. I own a forest and I understand, you know, what happens with a lot of the forestry waste, and a lot of it in the past ends up in waterways and blocking rivers, and it's a bit of a disaster. But if you can harvest this, bring it to an area and farm, and that's probably what will happen, we'll actually farm the hoo-hoo grubs. And also I'm interested in zapping insects. So that's a different project that I'm doing myself. So that's the hoo-hoo beetles that I'm after. So I can see a huge industry, and it might mean that it's the people that started with a Chinese gooseberry and changed the name. We might have to change the name of the hoo-hoo grub, but I think the potential of that for a food, and then also what it's doing is it's breaking down the logs. So it's recycling the trees. So it's part of the cycle, and you don't need big grinders when you've got hoo-hoo grubs. He was flying around Christchurch this morning, and he had to turn back to Auckland. So he's probably watching me on Zoom now. Hi, Patty. So.
Just like to acknowledge those of you who have travelled. Cynthia, who else has travelled to be here?
Fantastic.
So Nicola as well. Who else? So is it from New Plymouth, Cynthia? From Taranaki, from New Plymouth Airport, and Nicola came down from Auckland and managed to get in with the fog. So you really appreciate the effort that you've made to be here today. Thank you.
That wasn't too bad, was it? Put the microphone down there. Stay. That wasn't too bad, was it? Ah. Fantastic. Especially the gentleman in the back in the black did really well. What I heard, I just made a quick summary of what I've heard this morning and what you guys are telling me. Be challenged. A problem has never one dimension. So be challenged and to be there to look at a problem from all sides, because sometimes you will discover things that you never thought that were there. And a lot of you already mentioned that in your pitch, and a lot of their speakers this morning mentioned that as well. What I heard you say as well is be connected. Make sure that you talk to other people, because that relationship that you can actually build, that collaboration will actually help you. Talking about collaboration, some of our problems are so large to tackle that you need to collaborate. You can't do this by yourself. And I've already heard some of you saying, I've talked to this person, that will introduce me to that person. This is absolutely fantastic, because guys, just connect, it will work. Be inspired. All of you are trying to unlock the power of the land, whether it's a hoo-hoo grub, or whether it's the meat that is not meat, or whether it's protein, or whether it's helping farmers with new tools. Absolutely fantastic. Be focused. We heard that in the first speaker of the day, right? She said that she made very conscious choices in the choices of her business model and to staying small. So again, if you believe that your solution can be done with a small business, that is fine, that is okay, right? If you're just like Ross and you get a big name basketball player and $20 million of venture capital, that is also okay, and everything in between. The last thing, be brave. And some of you actually did that by coming up here and giving a presentation. Haha, that the ladies actually told me to do this, and the power of 3. You never fail. You never, ever, ever, ever fail, because you either learn or you have succeeded. But failing, you didn't do. And with that, I want to close this part of the of today, of the symposium. What we're going to do now is we're going to go and hear from all these experienced and wonderful organizations that are actually in our ecosystem. So we're actually going to have people actually talk about the Greater Canterbury region, talk about all these things that can happen here. We're going to talk about, we have Dougal here from PwC, we have Rabobank, we have Selwyn District Council, we have the Christchurch City Council. So we have all these exciting people to actually give you a speed pitch. And after that speed pitch, there is time for networking and ask them all those questions. May I introduce Claire from Selwyn District Council. You're welcome. Do you have slides or not? No? Yeah, okay. Oh, I'll just tell me when you want to have the next slide here. Yeah, perfect.
Kia ora koutou, ko Claire Quirk-Aho. Hi everyone, I'm Claire Quirk from Selwyn District Council. I'm the Community and Economic Development Manager at Council. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about specifically the questions that I was asked to talk about. So I don't want to go off track. So I will refer to my notes and talk about what I've been asked to talk about. So what drove us to pursue our business venture? So today I'm talking about our tourism brand. So the tourism brand for Selwyn is called Selwyn from the Land. So what drove that was our need to work to our strengths. So one of the strengths that we have as a district is about provenance, and it's about how we use our land and how we, as people in Selwyn, interact with our natural environment. So it was really important for us to connect with that in the way that people came to experience the district. And previously, before I started, we had an existing tourism brand, and it was Sensational Selwyn. And that had been around a while, but also when we looked at it, we found that people weren't really connecting as much as they could with tourism in our district, because we only had a handful of tourism operators who were working in that kind of high adventure, sensational experience space. So really what we were doing was excluding other people who weren't in that kind of brand category. So by having Selwyn from the Land, we were able to include people who were running things like jet boating and ballooning and other high adventure activities, because of course they're all from the land as well, you know, the air and the water and all of those elements are part of their operation. But we were also able to include everybody else, people that had cafes, people that ran farm stays, had glamping experiences, did fishing tours, did bike tours. All of those things can come under this brand without locking anybody else out and without, you know, creating momentum. So we did use this brand partly, which I thought might be of interest to you today, to help us tell the provenance story and the authentic character of the district. And so we have many, many producers of things in our district. So this is everything from sheep's milk cheese to bespoke meat and dairy products to all sorts of things like drinks that have been foraged from the surrounding area, people that are making amazing honey products, the whole range of whatever you can think about people are doing in our district. So it's fantastic. And we have lots and lots. Last count, I'd say we have more than 80 producers. You know, we started off thinking that we might have sort of 30 or 40, and not a week goes past that we don't meet someone new who's doing something amazing. So the next thing I was asked to talk about was share your success story and any learnings you've had along the way. We've had lots of learnings and lots of success. So I guess one of the things to point out is that we're on track to hitting 70,000 site views per year so far of our website. So that's a lot of people looking to come to Selwyn. And what we don't attract a whole lot of people internationally to Selwyn. What our main group of visitors are coming to visit friends and family, and people that are coming from elsewhere in New Zealand, traveling through, wanting to stay a few nights, wanting to do something different. You know, you've all seen the campaign, Do Something New New Zealand. We definitely provide that. We're well off the beaten track in terms of people staying and wanting to do things that are a bit more sort of accessible. You know, we've got the pricing and things is really reasonable for New Zealanders to enjoy. So we've done really well, and within COVID, you know, people have come to do things in our district and stay places. So we feature producer stories and how our provenance stories weave through our website. So we talk about, if you come to Selwyn and you do something like go to a cafe, this is the person that owns the cafe. This is who they source their product from. This is the story behind their name and why they chose to be in the district. So we tell that sort of in-depth story that really connects visitors to who they're seeing and the experience, because we know that people are huge in people's experience and the way that they want to travel now. You know, they don't want to just consume and be, you know, taken around by somebody who's paid and not necessarily engaged in the business. We've got somebody that's recently opened a jet boat museum, and he's passionate about jet boating. He loves it. He knows all about it. People can come from all around the world and ask him anything, and he'll be able to tell them about the history of jet boating in New Zealand and show them all the equipment and the things that he has in his museum. So it's amazing, that reach. Our social media reach is growing, and the reach is increasing rapidly with every campaign that we do. You know, it's a big growth area for us. And our successful campaign reach, for example, last year we did a ski and winter campaign, and it reached over 210,000 accounts on Facebook, and working with content creators led to a reach of over 235,000 accounts and an organic reach of 26 million accounts, which includes sponsors. So we're talking big numbers, you know, for a small district of people who are basically doing what they love. So it's a very fantastic story from our perspective. So in short, we're reaching a significant number of people who live in Selwyn, neighbouring regions, and now the rest of New Zealand. The ski project is also a good example of our reach into international markets. We did a project with some people who have a lot of international followers, and we got amazing results from that. And these were Selwyn people who are passionate about the area, so it was a perfect fit for us. Taste Selwyn is an initiative connecting agriculture to hospitality and educates our residents about where their food came from. So I'll show you a little bit of information about that now. As well as it highlights some of our unique producer stories, the campaign has grown again, and there has been plenty of interest in community workshops and events, with many selling out. We just kicked Taste Selwyn off in Selwyn, so if you're looking for somewhere to eat, have a look at the website. Lots of people are offering different dishes which feature Selwyn produce. So actually, if you don't mind, we'll have a look at this. So it runs for the whole month. We ran it a bit shorter, but we found that people weren't getting around enough places, and they were saying, oh, we can only go out for dinner or coffee once a week. So we actually need a bit more time to do that. So it was fantastic for us to get that feedback, because we knew we could respond quickly to that and just make it longer, so everybody wins. So if you just carry on through the slides, so these are just some pictures for you to see what it's like. We've got video, and it is people who you know, talk about their passion for their products, and it's also restaurants that talk about, and so here you'll see that's Oakley's, and they're a big vegetable grower in the district, and they're talking about how their product gets used in a restaurant with a chef talking about how he uses it. So for us, it's about making that connection, that you're not just going to a restaurant and the food is of unknown source. You know, it's important for us to tell that story. These people matter, they're important growers for us, and the restaurants want to be able to tell people about the provenance of what they're serving. So I think that's all for the presentation, but there's plenty of links on our website if you want to hear the producers' stories and see what they're doing. So what drove us to pursue your business venture? Basically, it was the need for us to work to our strengths and be an authentic character to our district. And important to mention, we'd never try and do things on our own. We've got really good partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce, and we get business support with business growth advisors from them, and our connections with B.linc. So we're really, really happy and come and do stuff with Katie and the team and Wim all the time. So we really enjoy that partnership and our connections across the sector. We also have a partnership with the Food Show and the Agricultural Show in Christchurch, where we increase sales presence and grow consumer awareness of our district through amazing food production stories. So what were the key achievements that stay in my mind? So I was actually just thinking about this before I came. So the really big thing for me is about changing the mindset about tourism from a one-off experience and a consumer experience that happens in isolation, and that's provided potentially by an individual business who might think of themselves as a competitor to others in the market, to thinking about what the customer wants. And if they're going to make the effort to try to go somewhere new or somewhere a bit out of the way or that they haven't thought about before, what do they really want? And what's it going to mean to them to have an X factor experience? So for us, this means looking at a package of things that make destinations interesting to people in a variety of ways. So we spend a lot of time talking to people about itinerary development and cooperation between businesses. And this is useful for both visitors and locals, because local people are enjoying these things as much as visitors. So it works for us as a council as well. So for example, you can go ballooning in the morning, have lunch at a winery, stay in a farm stay that night, and the next day you can go jet boating, have a cafe lunch, go to a farmer's market and enjoy a drive through the inland scenic route to go home. So if we package that up, it means people are much more likely to come and visit us. So what advice do we have people starting their journey? I think it's really about thinking about your target market really carefully, taking notice of your intuition and your gut feeling, and thinking about where there could be gaps and opportunities. Before you respond to these, definitely look at data, ask people who will know about these things, look at what other people are doing around the world to inform your concepts and products and offerings. We certainly, when I started thinking about this brand, I looked a lot overseas at what other countries were saying that people were looking for in a visitor experience, and a lot of it was coming back to all that authenticity and connection to the place. So looking around at what others are thinking and doing, and try to anticipate how you can respond to a future needs or opportunity that you think, well, with 99% confidence, happen. So I think that's a big thing for me too. You've really got to think about how your idea will work and respond to a real world challenge and the realities of making it happen while still holding on to your passion and vision. So yeah, that's really what I had to say.
Claire, thank you very much. Callahan Innovation. And unfortunately, we were talked about, what did we talk about this morning? We talked about cohort, we talked about raising capital, then free legal advice came in, and now this is fork, right? This is weather related. So again, we're pivoting, but like then Ross was talking and a lot of people were talking about the value of the team, and I need to acknowledge my team as well, because in the background, Katie, who is really part of our team in the background, made sure that she reached out to Callahan Innovation after, sorry, we can't come, but there is fog. And Katie was like, you can't do that. So in the meantime, a video was recorded. So ta-da, Callahan Innovation is there. So again, sometimes it doesn't matter how you get things done as long as you get them done. So please start the video. Thank you. What do I need to click first? Oh.
All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Herbert. I a customer navigator at Callahan Innovation. Was supposed to be with you guys today. Unfortunately, the fog over Christchurch had a different idea, and I am talking to you from my shed out in Auckland. I'll kind of get into it, and first off, thank you so much to everyone who's organized this, and I really wish I was there, but looking forward to hearing from any of you in the future. So we'll start off with Callahan Innovation's kind of vision or guiding light, which is Sir Paul Callahan, and that is that 100 inspired entrepreneurs like yourselves can actually turn this country around. And when we say turn around, get us into a position where we are fully involved in multiple sectors, different sectors that are different from primary industries. We're involved in tech sectors, clean tech. We're involved in data, and we just have a much more varied economy. Because the research shows that a more varied economy and a more differently structured economy, we actually are more resilient to things like climate change and things in the future. So that's our guiding light. A bit about me. So originally from South Africa, so go Springboks. Did my university at University of California, San Diego, terrible place in Southern California. Then did some work at UC, did some research at the Radio School of Management. Then did a stint at Apple, the fruit stands. And then I moved to New Zealand, where I did my master's in bioscience enterprise, which was commercializing IP in scientific ideas. And then I did 5 years at the coalface at a company called Mint Innovation. And at Mint, we developed the world's first cyanide-free gold recovery process using bacteria to suck up gold from waste electronics. My first project there was digging a hole in a basement for a sump tank. My last project there was assisting in the handing over of the large commercial facility that, once it's operational, will recover 600 kilograms of gold per year from waste. So an amazing experience. But now I'm at Callahan to help people like you guys get to the same place. What's our place in the ecosystem? It's a question we get a lot. So our place in the ecosystem is really right before the valley of death. And this placement is that we provide intense R&D support to commercialize your scientific idea. We also provide support to kind of let's really shake up the feasibility of this, the techno feasibility. Will it work? Could it work? How would it work? And kind of push that tech through. And then through that process, we validate your technology and help you validate it, get it to market, and really get you ready to get you to the valley of death when you cash flow poor and you're looking for investment. But we help with the R&D side of things. The valley of death is a term you're probably familiar with, and hence the "all my friends are dead" logo there. Make it a bit fun and a bit light. So where we are and who we are. Well, a team of over 450 people across the country. We've got our main research station is in Gracefield, Wellington, massive campus full of really crazy people doing crazy things. Was there the other day, and there's a guy there who has developed a robotic arm to pick up kumara, which is fine, maybe not interesting, but he developed a artificial intelligence system to reward the robot. So when the robot picked up its kumara, it did an algorithm to kind of have fun, which is mind-blowing and very exciting. So the kind of talent that's locked away in these parts of Callahan, which is amazing. And really what we do is at no point are you ever you're never that far away from an R&D center of Callahan's, whether it be Christchurch Wellington, or Auckland. And in these areas, we have world-leading scientists that are across multiple disciplines. So you name it, we've got it, which is it's exciting and mind-blowing at the same time. And how do we help you? So we've got 4 kind of umbrella support and offerings that we help. So one is R&D solutions. This is access to our scientists. You've got a technical challenge, they'll work it out through you. We've got Industry 4.0, which is using data to drive change in industry. And the next kind of facet of Callaghan is connecting experts. So we've got expertise across modeling economy, agri-tech, digital, clean tech, high tech, like expertise in not just like the scientific, but also the business people who have done it and entrepreneurs who have done it and actually gone through the process that you are going through now. So lots of knowledge there that you can tap into. We also provide funding. We do this through either support and getting tax incentives back from the government, or in getting started grants, project grants, student grants. The student grants are really quite an amazing thing, and having received one when I was working at Mint, this is a grant where a company, Callaghan pays half your salary, so you work in the ecosystem, work at a startup, and you get all this knowledge of like what's it like working in a company that's commercializing, and also they really feed off the benefit of bringing technical talent, bringing your ideas, your innovation to the space. Really recommend you looking into it, and if you're looking at some potential employers, they may not know about this, please let them know about it, and it helps them with cash flow. And the innovation skills, which is more around how do we make you a well-rounded entrepreneur? Do we teach you how to raise money? Do we teach you how to leverage intellectual property? And these are all courses and workshops that we do and support you in. The list of wants, and we do have a list of wants, and what we want from you is we want your R&D, but we have a very high bar for R&D as a Callaghan. I'll add a caveat for the research relevant tax incentive, which is the 50% tax credit. There's a slightly lower criteria for R&D, but at Callaghan, our R&D is pretty high, which must be new to world. It's a creative, never been seen before concept. You have no idea if it's ever going to work, even if you do all this effort, that the actual product may not even work at all. It has to be done in a logical, systematic step, but surprises do happen, which is always welcomed. And it needs to be reproducible, so you could, if in theory, sell it to someone else or export it to another market. And that's the kind of R&D we're looking to support, and that's really where our kind of sweet spot and our support really comes alive, and we really want to talk to you if you've got this kind of R&D in mind. And how do we kind of enable and connect you? So I'm going to be honest, we may not have all the answers for you, which is fine, but we will know someone in the ecosystem who does, whether it be through New Zealand Enterprise, if you want to export to Australia or to Singapore, or if you want to export to a country that there are no political ties with, and we've got experts in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to get you there. We've got special support. We've got Crown Research Institutes like Scion, Plant and Food. We will find the right person to talk to you at the right time to get you going. And we're happy to tell you that if we don't know who the best person to talk to is, we will absolutely find one for you. And we really live for innovation. So our kind of not sweet spots, but what we're really good at is advanced materials, biotechnology, Internet of Things, and data solutions, and advanced manufacturing. But the critical thing and the most important thing is that these teams all work together in cross-collaboration, multidisciplines processes. So, for example, if we're looking at, say, developing artificial intelligence for a novel cancer treatment, well, that's going to require data, working with the data team and also the biotechnology team. So we have this amazing capability and capacity to collaborate with different teams to find out the right solution for you and get your R&D done and get it to market. In summary, and I'll close off. So you learned a bit about me. You learned about Callaghan Innovation's place in the ecosystem. We know where we are and who we are. You now know how we fuel your talent through our services and products. We have a list of wants, which is our R&D criteria. And you now know how we enable and connect to you, and also we live and breathe innovation. But the really important thing, if you strip away all the marketing jargon and all the stuff, what we really want to do is we want to follow Sir Paul Callaghan's dream, which is a place where talent wants to live. So we want to support you so that you live in New Zealand, like talent stays in New Zealand. We help nurture this ecosystem so that you become entrepreneurs, the next people become entrepreneurs, and we kind of get to this dream together of building out a robust ecosystem for deep tech and technology. Thank you so much for your time. I think my contact details will be shared. Please reach out if you have any questions, comments, or feedback. It'd be great to talk to you guys. Thank you so much. Bye.
Well, Jason, thank you so much. Again, Callahan Innovation, fantastic resource. Open invitation to actually connect with them. So I would encourage you to do so. Now I need to look at my little piece of paper. I think it is Tony Moore from Christchurch City Council that will actually talk to us now. Tony is involved in sustainability and climate change. And yeah, the floor is yours, Tony. Of course, you can have my clicker.
Green forward, is it?
The green is forward.
Excellent. Well, kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having me here, Vim, and Katie, well done for organising this on a foggy day. And it's really lovely to hear what amazing innovations you're coming up with, the challenges you're trying to address, and the passion, of course, you're sharing with us today and taking through in your work. So thank you very much for all that. And thanks for having me here. I just want to give a few insights to some of the things we're doing in Christchurch. I'm the sustainability, well, I have been, sorry, for the last 20 years, the sustainability advisor for the Christchurch City Council. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about sustainability. But at the moment, I'm the climate resilience lead for the council. And of course, we can talk about climate change as well. And it's great to see several projects here looking at climate related challenges and the innovation around that. So thank you. I just want to start by saying really that what a beautiful city we live in. We have fantastic people. You're in the room, thank you. But outside this room as well, we're so lucky to live in this place. And it's my passion and job to try and help make this place a good place to live for generations to come. And so they're the challenges that we're trying to address and you're trying to address as well. And we're so lucky to live in this amazing place, to have this incredible environment, to have such a rich innovation ecosystem around us and passionate people trying to drive change. Thank you. So because of the climate change agenda, I just want to put up a few slides around that. The first is our footprint as a city. It's a bit different from the country, but it's kind of similar. The country has, of course, half of its emissions are related to agriculture, but in the city, we don't have that. So it's mostly transport. So there's our footprint. It's about 6 tonnes per person per year, and we're trying to get that down, of course, to as low as we can. And then, of course, we have to offset what's remaining. This is some of the work streams that sit within our climate resilience strategy, which the council approved last year. They declared a climate and ecological emergency. Don't forget, we've got an ecological emergency as well. And in the process, crafted these work streams covering the range of sorts of topics that we need to deal with when we're dealing with climate change. So if you want to talk to me more about climate change, I'm happy to do that. But basically, the first few are about understanding what climate change means for our community and then doing something about that with our community. So planning for the future. And then the majority of these are around the emission sources that you see here, trying to reduce emissions from transport and waste and supporting a circular economy and of course, encouraging innovation, economic transformations and innovation, because it's not enough just to minimize our emissions. We also need to think about the basis of our economy and transition to a low carbon future. So it's quite a different way of thinking. So we've got an economic transformations sector, and we have a regenerative food systems work stream as well. So you are fitting into these places, and we're really trying to gather support internally in the organization, but also across the district to try and collaborate and respond to the challenges of climate change sitting in each of these areas. So just showing you that we are open to your innovation and keen to support along those topics. The transport one, by the way, which is low emission transport system, also includes urban form, because you can't just look at the way we move, you have to look at how the cities are structured as well. I also run the Sustainability Fund, and every year we allocate about nearly $500,000 to really cool projects that are crafted by local businesses and local social enterprises, but also the local community. So you're welcome to apply. We are really keen to support innovation and sustainability, and everything you're doing is well aligned to that, but it does have to benefit the Christchurch district. So we're looking for things that are benefits to our people and our place. So let me give you some examples of the sorts of things we've funded. We do fund innovation. And so just as an example, a young gentleman some time ago, Logan, wanted to collect Didimo out of the rivers and make it into a fibre product, which then was sold, I think, to Kathmandu. So we invested in his, he wanted sunscreen, sun hats, sunglasses, jandals, and material to literally go out in the field and collect the Didimo out of the rivers. And we thought, well, that's worthy of funding him to have a look at that issue. But of course, he's gone on to many big things since then. We also funded the first electric aeroplane in New Zealand, came to our shores last year. And it's flying. In fact, you might have seen the article in the media flying across from Wellington to Blenheim, the first flight, an electric plane across the Cook Strait. We also fund, so that's innovation, we fund events. And so some of you may have gone to the Grow Otatai Festival event. So Christchurch puts on this lovely, it's like a mini Ellerslie flower show, which some people might remember. So it's to celebrate the growing of plants and food and flowers and the community in our beautiful place. So the Grow Festival was one event that we funded, as well the Towards 2030 community conversations. We've been holding community conversations on the range of topics of climate change, transport, energy, water, waste, with our community and having regular events. It's all streamed online. So if you Google Christchurch Conversations, you'll see some very smart people talking about some of the innovations in those areas, and we're keen to do more of those as well. And then we funded, which is how I met Wim, the Sustainable Development Goals Summit that was hosted here in Christchurch last year. So that's just an example of some events we fund. We also fund education, and there's quite a bit in that space. There's a sustainable living education program that's literally going house to house, helping people understand their footprint and doing something about that in their homes. But also we're investing at the moment in the climate campus, a new campus dedicated for school-aged children to come to that and really innovate and really create action around climate change, because there's so much, I suppose, negativity around the topic of climate change. People feel very depressed about it. So how do we give the next generation the tools and the passion and the drive that you have to innovate for climate solutions? So that climate campus is an example of an education thing we funded. And we fund services as well. So Mutu, a sharing app, it's the Trade Me of the sharing world. We supported them recently as well. And then we fund collaborations. And I'm going to give you some more examples of the things we funded as I talk with you today. Anyway, so I also, because I was the sustainability lead for the council, I'm also really keen to share with you just some insights on our sustainability policy, because I think I keep hearing the same conversations that you need to be sustainable. It's just a given. Fine. What is it? What are we looking for? And if you're looking for a compass you can hold in your hand, really simple headings to follow, think about it from a sustainability point of view. You need to be efficient, cyclic, solar, safe, and social. Efficient means we have to do more with less. That is energy, that is water, that is money, that is land, that is all those things that we use, resources. More efficient, 10 times more efficient. Cyclic, of course, it's going to be a closed loop. If it's not a closed loop, then we're sending resources to landfills. We're throwing our future away. Solar means not necessarily solar powered, but renewably powered, because everything from the extraction of materials through to the processing of them, through to our customers, and then perhaps the re-life has to be renewable powered. Otherwise, we're producing greenhouse gas emissions. Safe, that is safe for people, but also safe for the planet. That is not undermining the life supporting systems of the planet. So not over harvesting, not polluting our waterways, not polluting the soil, the air, and so on. Simple checklist. And social is about all people are able to meet their needs now and in the future. And there's more details about that, but it's basically looking after those that are most affected, those that are most disadvantaged, caring for your community, caring for your staff, your workers, your stakeholders, and so on. So a simple checklist you can use, and you can apply it in a really easy way. So efficient, cyclic, solar, safe, and social, a compass that help guide you in your sustainability goals. Multi-solving. I just want to share with you a few key terms that I think you might find useful. I'm happy to talk more about these with you. Multi-solving. And we've heard about it today, and there's loads of examples where you're saying, we're going to do this thing, and it's going to achieve all these outcomes. It's great. Well, here are the outcomes that are achieved from cycling, just as an example. So multi-solving is like, can you come up with a simple solution that's going to deliver multiple benefits? And maybe you use these benefits to help drive support for your idea. So it's understanding who benefits, how they benefit, and then can we monetize it? Can we, capture that and use it to benefit your idea. So think about multi-solving. If you Google multi-solving, you'll find a whole world of information about that approach. It's come out of the climate change dialogues and discussions because there are so many issues we need to deal with now that we don't have time and resources to singly go one issue at a time. We've got to look at, if we do this, we can have all of these benefits, good for the planet, good for people, and we need to accelerate those things to create the change we need to see in the world. Social enterprise. I know a lot of you are looking at businesses and the business models, and that's absolutely fine, but we have been supporting through our sustainability fund and creating major transformations, I believe, in the world of social enterprise. And we held the Social Enterprise World Forum here a few years ago, and it created a catalyst of knowledge and understanding around the benefit of social enterprise. But it's basically doing well by doing good, having a purposeful vision to your organization, creating good in the world. It's not enough to do less harm. We can't just minimize waste and reduce greenhouse gases and reduce water pollution. That's doing less harm. We also need to do more good. We need to do more good to actually regenerate the land, regenerate and support our communities, and so on. So social enterprise is a model that really helps with that. And it aligns really nicely with that, the sustainability goals. If you think about efficient, cyclic, solar, safe, and social, well, here's an example. This is Cultivate Christchurch. They've taken vacant land in the central city, are growing food on it with people who are slipping through the gaps, people who need help from their sort of life skills point of view. That food is then delivered to local cafes and bars. They collect by an electric bike the food waste, take it back onto the site, compost it, and turn it back into food. Efficient, cyclic, solar, safe, and social. Great example. Another really great example is the issue of food waste, and we've been supporting for many years now Food Bank Canterbury, who's provided from gathering food waste out of supermarkets and hospitality, 8 million meals equivalent to nearly 2.5 tons of carbon, and of course, 2 tons of carbon and 2,500 tons of waste. Why is that those numbers so big? Well, it's because we tend to throw away a lot of food, and this is information from Love Food, Hate Waste. We throw away enough food in a year to feed the entire city of Dunedin for a whole year. We're just wasting, what does it say? There's a big number, 872, and then all those zeros. That's how much the value of waste we're throwing away. $872 million every year. Amazing. Right, so we need to deal with that issue. And we've been supporting social enterprises to help us respond to that as well. I want to just talk about a couple of terms. I've talked about sustainability. Now, mahinga kai and regenerative, and I'm sure you probably know these words, but I really love them. They're so powerful. Mahinga kai is not just food. It's the way we gather food. It's the culture. It's the traditions. It's the way we care for land. It's the way we share that food. It's all of the traditions and approaches around the food. So thinking about mahinga kai from yes, we need to care for the land, and we need to care for nature, and we need to care for the soil that's going to provide for us, but we also need to care for those other systems and processes that enable us to provide the food that we need. Food for nature and food for ourselves as well. And regenerative, of course, is the same thing. So it's replenishing and regenerating. It's not just about being sustainable, it's about doing more good, restoring nature as well. Now, mahinga kai is now a key principle of we're applying to the red zone, the massive area in the central city in Christchurch between the city and the sea. That is a key principle, mahinga kai. And then these good people, regenerative, the quorum sense, of course, you might have heard of them, sharing that knowledge with other farmers about how to be a more regenerative farmer. And we've been supporting both of those things through the work we've been doing. Another theme, I suppose, we've heard today is about collaboration. And I just want to give you an example of a collaboration we set up that's now thriving, which is the Edible Cannery and the Food Resilience Network. We came together after the earthquakes. We asked, what is everyone doing? Can we map it? Can we put it on a map? So we're really fantastic. We've got 160 schools, 80% of which are growing food in the schools. We've got 40 community gardens. We've got 10 farmers markets. Now we're saying okay, this is fantastic. Wonderful. Now, what more can we do if we work together collectively to create change in our city? So we're in the process of we've established the Food Resilience Network, and now we want to create a food policy council that connects up community groups with local growers, retailers, hospitality, and we can do planning in collaboration across our district on a food systems basis. So that's coming up next. The use of technology is really important as well. And we've seen some really great examples of that. But this is just a map we put up with our Smart Cities program that shows where all the fruit trees are in Christchurch. We've got 12,000 edible trees planted throughout the city over many, many years. And this just shows you where your local tree is. And it's on your phone. So you can easily find where your local cycleway is, where your local toilet is, where your local drinking fountain is, or where your local apple tree might be. Co-opetition. We've heard a lot today about needing to reach out to your networks and expand your innovation ecosystems. But I think there's another layer too, which is why I reflected on this, the co-opetition term. The idea that we need to think about sectors and cooperating across our sectors. It's not just organizations that can help you deliver your output, your project, but how can we create transformational changes across our sectors? And this is an example of the Superhome movement. It's a not-for-profit trust set up by a group of designers and builders and architects and suppliers who are all wanting to build sustainable homes. So they're saying, we can't individually do this. We need the entire supply chain to line up around this opportunity. We need all our partners to all be on that same vision of let's deliver healthy, affordable homes. So we funded them to run tours. And so this is just a map of the tours we run, but they're delivering the most sustainable homes in Christchurch. And we are now one of the leaders in, well, the leader in New Zealand in terms of sustainable homes, because the Superhome movement are driving innovation across the housing sector. It started over a few beers. Let's get together in the local pub. Let's just talk about what we're doing. Let's just share the buildings we're designing. Let's talk about the technologies we're putting in place. What's the equivalent for your sectors, for the work that you're in? How do you collaborate in a competition model? You might be competitors in the same marketplace, but collectively you can all do better. All right, and then vote when you buy. This is the council's procurement strategy. I don't want to burden you and say, obviously you're just starting out, but you might need to think about when you're buying goods or services, how are you making decisions about those? How are you lining those up with your values and principles? So this is what the City Council is doing. It's saying two questions it asks. It asks, if you are provided to the City Council, how are you being more sustainable? How are you hitting these marks? And the second question is, how can you help us be more sustainable and hit our goals and objectives as well? So think about it, when you're setting up, what are the principles and approaches you want to put in place that'll help make sure that you're voting every time you buy, that you are actually living your values, and the organization you're setting up is driving those through its procurement approach. This is the main catch line of our climate change strategy, which is a lovely Ngāi Tahu phrase, but it means for us and for our children after us. Thank you for caring for the world and making it a better place. Kia ora.
Thank you so much, Tony. We will not do any questions because hopefully all our speakers that are here face to face or even online have put so much questions in your mind that you actually want to meet them after this with the enjoyment of a little bit of a drink and a nibble. Moving on to the next speaker. The next speaker is online, Rabobank. And you heard Tony say about, well, I'm probably going to pull this a little bit out of context, but like sustainable procurement, right? So that it's basically you are as sustainable as the person that you purchase your raw materials from, and the person that you're selling to is only as sustainable as you are. Looking at this and the whole sustainability thing, and you look at actually financing your venture, you need to know that we are moving into another dimension, where previously the only thing you needed to show was a good business model. Yeah, beyond the bottom line, yeah, that's a large enough number. Yeah, you have security. Yeah, we'll fund you. I think that it's very clearly that is in the past. So we're more and more looking into sustainability as a measurement of de-risking people to actually finance you. I had a pleasure of meeting Blake, where I was in the Sustainable Agricultural Finance Initiative, Blake was representing the Rabobank. I was there as in the part of the expert panel, and that's why we asked him to talk about this raising capital and sustainability. So yeah, the video from Blake, please.
Hi, I'm Blake Holgate, Head of Sustainable Business Development for Rabobank. Apologies that I couldn't be with you there today in person. I'd really hoped that I could, but unfortunately can't make that work today. So you're just going to be stuck with a short video recording of me, but more than happy to, for anyone to reach out to me afterwards and have a chat one-on-one afterwards. Look, a little bit about my role. My role with the bank is to really develop and implement the bank's sustainability strategy from a business development perspective. So what does that mean? Well, how do we support and enable our clients to make the decisions and investments they need to make in a very changing and dynamic environment? You know, we realize that agriculture in New Zealand and globally actually is going through a major transformation, and that transformation is around how do we account for and address the environmental impacts that our food productions have on the environments in which they operate. So we're very conscious that how our clients are able to operate in 10 or 15 years time will be quite different from how they're operating right now. So my role is very much how do we ensure us as an organisation, Rabobank, has the right policies, procedures to enable our staff, firstly, to have the right conversations with clients to make that happen. At Rabobank, I'm not sure how much you know about Rabobank, but we're a global bank, a Dutch co-op bank, and outside the Netherlands, we only bank the food supply chain. So with that in mind, you know, our mission is very much around how do we tackle those two major challenges we have around securing global food security going forward, whilst operating in an environment where we will need to reduce the impact that those food production systems have on the climate and the wider environment in which they operate. A big part of that is going to be innovation. It's going to be technologies. It's going to be finding and implementing new ways of doing things. And that's actually the exciting bit, I think, around this whole thing, because I think we can, particularly here in New Zealand, where in some ways we have the opportunity to really lead this, we can really sort of unlock the next wave of evolution in farming and food producing systems. But as I said, that will require new ways of thinking and doing things, and the market is really ripe for innovation and change. How can I or how can the wider Rabobank organisation support that change? Well, everyone always goes straight to the finance, which we can and do, and I'll touch on that soon. But for us globally, we really emphasise the knowledge, and two, the networks that we have access to and we can and can pass on to whether it's our clients or the broader and wider sector. So I'd really encourage you to look into some of the knowledge and reports and insights that we already have out there. We have our podcast channel. We have online our Rabo research reports, and this will really give you a feel for what's happening in the wider global food production system landscape, and insights that may or may not be of value for what you're working on. Equally, networks is again a big part of what we do. We bank the whole food supply chain, so it means we have contacts and networks throughout that supply chain. So whenever we can, we are looking to connect those dots, put people in touch that maybe have common problems, or people that may have a solution for another contact we have that has a related problem. The third point, though, obviously, is finance is something that we do, and over the last, particularly probably 2 years, we've seen a massive increase in the should we say demand inquiries around sustainable finance. Now, sustainable finance is an incredibly broad term. In the banking sector, that they're commonly referred to, should we say, products around sustainable finance relate to sustainability linked loans, where a lending to a particular client will be linked to some environmental or social KPIs, where if they are able to hit those KPIs over time, there might be some kind of small margin decrease. And the second type of sustainable finance in my world is what we call green loans. So again, this is a loan to enable a client to take some action, make some investment that will have a tangible, meaningful, positive environmental impact or change, or result in a meaningful reduction in their environmental impact. I think in reality, those probably aren't the kind of financing options that many kind of startups or new innovators are probably going to be tapping into immediately. They're more for your large scale companies, organizations. They're sort of at that end of the spectrum. But I think where sustainable finance in the broader sense of the word is really exciting for you is essentially there's a whole pool of capital out there globally that is looking for sustainable investments. So it's looking, suddenly sustainability is becoming a core lens through which investors, those with capitals, are looking at their investment plans. Essentially, we're seeing this movement away from investments that are considered non-sustainable into investments that are considered sustainable, and there's a number of drivers and reasons for that. Not the least of which is it just makes sense that investments that are well set up and are addressing the climate and environmental issues and risks that we are facing will be more resilient in the future, both from a pure climatic environmental point of view, but also will be more resilient to the regulatory changes or pressures from consumers or markets that are also looking for it. So where again, I bring that back to you, that means there's a wider pool of capital likely to become available. So I'd really encourage you to really look into what source of capital might be most appropriate for you. And as I said, it may not be your debt lending through someone like Rabobank initially. Most banks aren't set up for sort of, should we say, your more riskier, innovative projects or businesses, slightly more conservative, risk averse. But there are other sources, whether that's through angel investors, JVs, companies looking to invest in innovations outside their own business. So really have a look across the spectrum, what is out there, and then it's about understanding what are those investors or what are they looking for? What is it that you need to be able to demonstrate to them, evidence to them, provide to them that will get them excited, will make it easy for them to invest into your business or into your idea. Look, as I said, I really wish I could have been with you there today. I can't, unfortunately, but more than happy for you to reach out to me directly after this and to have a follow-up chat one-on-one. So good luck and all the rest for the best of the day. Thank you.
Blake, thank you very much for this. And again, open invitation. If you want to reach out to Blake, please do so. But it gives this beautiful bridge as well to debt financing through a bank by actually looking into other alternatives to get funding into your startup or your idea. One of the things you could be venture capital, and really happy to have John here. from Bridgewest, and he will actually talk to you what the possibilities are there. John, floor is yours. I'll give you a microphone.
Hi, I'm Blake Holgate, Head of Sustainable Business Development for Rubber Bank.
There you go.
Apologies that I
Okay. Do you need? Okay, I'll just tell me what you need, and I'll click it through. Right? Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Let's go back about 4 slides. Could do it in reverse, actually, then you could see how I give you money back. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Nearly there. And we're there. Anyway, I'm sorry I missed most of the day. I've been to Christchurch twice today, so my carbon footprint is not particularly good. I have brought some, okay, thank you. I have brought some goodies with me at the back of the table. So they've had quite a big carbon footprint themselves, but we have some pens and some pads. I've abandoned paper, but I still see some people like paper. They are recycled, and they're recycled leather. I don't know what that means, but it'd be interesting to know. So I'm John Robson. I'm the general manager of a company called Bridgewest Ventures. We're a US private equity firm. We are based here in New Zealand. We cover the entire country. I have a team of 7, and we are venture capitalists, which is not a bad thing. And I will talk a bit about how that compares to the previous presentation from Rabobank. So we can jump forward a slide. We're headquartered in San Diego in this wonderful building that is affectionately known as, well, officially the Pyramid, but really it's the Pyranut or the Dominid, because it's a donut sitting over the top of a pyramid. It's an incredible building in San Diego. We host all of our venture companies out of America in that space. It's quite sensational. But the US firm decided to come to New Zealand about 7 years ago to invest in innovation here. We're what's called a deep tech incubator. We're part of the Callan Innovation Deep Tech program. There are 4 of us in the program. There are Sprout Agritech, who I'm sure everybody knows. There's Brandon Capital, which is a medtech investor. We have WNT, which is a very all-round investor in lots of SaaS companies and medtech and devices. And us, and we are a very early stage deep tech incubator. So we invest in companies that are pre-revenue. We invest in companies that are often just patents or ideas or know-how. And we take the companies right the way through to an IPO in many cases. We're not a fund. We are all proprietary capital. So the money in Bridgewest is owned by the family that own Bridgewest. We don't seek external capital. We put our own money in and we invest for the long term. So we're typically a 5 to 10 year investor in our companies. Another slide, thank you. We cover 8 sectors, and I went through the 24 projects that were sent through to me, and every one of those projects fits within our sectors. They're pretty broad. We're primarily a biotech company and a semiconductor manufacturer and investor, and an IoT investment company. So we own drone companies, we own IoT manufacturing, we own chip companies, we own biotech companies, and we own software companies. So everything that I read on the list of the 24 companies somewhere fits in here. We're particularly interested in clean tech. We're looking for environmental plays. Of our portfolio of 8 companies at the moment, we have 1 clean tech out of Queenstown, which is really exciting, which is actually an IoT business. And nearly every one of our companies is actually a knowledge business. So it's about data, and it's about IP, and it's about building knowledge. Next slide, please. So every VC has a funnel and a pipe. So to get investment from someone like us, you have to go through some hurdles, I'm afraid, and it's tough. And the reality is raising money for your business, whether it's debt through a bank or it's through friends and family, through your parents or your rich uncle, is very, very difficult. It'll take you twice as long as you think to raise the money, and you'll need twice as much as you've actually planned for. And it can be a really brutal process. And I saw a slide when I first came in earlier, which I'm going to mirror in a moment, about this thing called the Valley of Death, about how you actually raise money and how despondent you'll feel during the first months and years of your project. And it's really important to have the right partner with you, whether that's a venture firm or whether that's an entrepreneurship school. Our funnel is tough. So for every 100 companies that we review, 2.5 get to the bottom for investment. An investment for us is between $1 million and $5 million in the first round. So it's well worth pursuing. But the very first meeting that you come to, we have a 50% failure rate. So you need to be very prepared, because it's not that you get one shot, but if you leave the room with a bad impression, without having the right data, without being able to present the vision for your company, then you've already failed the first part. So half the companies will drop out. Another half will drop out on the second round when we present it to our investment committee. So suddenly you're actually, to get through these first groups is pretty tough. And I'll talk about what we look for in the next few slides. We've looked at 360 companies in New Zealand in the last 2 years. We've looked at 65 in the last 4 months. There is a lot of competition for capital, and there is an awful lot of money sloshing around at the moment. Lots and lots of cash looking for interesting and valuable ideas. So it may not sound that it's difficult to find the capital, but it's really difficult to find the right partner. And if you're making an investment with somebody, and we'll talk about equity in a minute and partnerships, you need to have the right person with you for this journey, because not all capital is equal. What I can promise you, though, somebody approaches us, is a conversation. So in every case, every VC in New Zealand will talk to you, will be interested to what you have to offer. They all have different pipelines and funnels and percentages, but you need to have that conversation. So when you turn up feeling all shiny and excited, bring all your data, but more importantly, bring kind of your authentic self. So you as founders and entrepreneurs must present your vision to people like us, because we're not investing in the concept and idea, we're investing in the people that will make it real. It's a really, really important point to make. Jump me forward, please. We actually love Callaghan Innovation. This deep tech program that was formed a couple of years ago has been remarkable in how it's accelerated innovation in New Zealand. The 4 partners, we've each invested in a good number of companies. We've got 9 or 8.5 in our portfolio today, 9 as from next week, right across biotech and semiconductors and SaaS businesses and clean tech. Brandon have done, I think, nearly 6. W&T have got a good swag, and Sprout have really focused in the ag tech space and have done a good handful as well. So they're really good partners. The beauty of the Callaghan scheme is part of the funding from them is non-dilutionary. So when I say non-dilutionary, I mean it's like debt funding. It's money that you don't have to give away equity in your company or shareholding in your company for. It's beautiful money if you're a founder, because you want to retain as much ownership of your company as you can in these early rounds. There are lots of horror stories of very successful founders that have 1% of their company. You need to retain as much as you can until you get to a really good valuation point. On the dilutionary side, I've listed a number of the different VC firms that we've worked with across New Zealand. We all expect shareholding or equity in your company. Typically, Bridges Ventures, the minimum we would take is 30%, which is a really high number compared to most New Zealand firms. And the reason we do that is we look at ourselves as co-founders, because we're with you for a journey that is typically 5+ years. Most VC firms come in and it's a quick return, or it's just capital. The value that we bring is advisor networks and global reach. And it sounds very trite for me to say, you have to trust me on that. The companies that we have in the portfolio all have between 3 and 5 advisors from our portfolio to help them grow. And we see ourselves as co-investors right the way through the round. Success for me is an exit up to an IPO, which I'll talk about on the next slide. Thank you. So you saw the valley of death, I'm sure, on a previous slide when I came in. It's a scary time. The red line basically is losing money. It goes down below that straight line. That's your revenue. I'm going to talk about time. And your journey is pretty terrifying when you start at this point, because typically you need to borrow some money. If you can get non-dilutionary money, so grant money from Callaghan or MB or through other suppliers, do it as much as you can. The longer you can go without borrowing money from the bank or from VCs, the better. As long as you use that money wisely and you're building value in your company. Please don't go and spend $25,000 on a website. Please don't buy t-shirts. Put all the money into building your product. And the way to look at it is every dollar you spend needs to create $1 of value in your company. It's really critical. The only way that money leaks out, which is usually valuable, but doesn't add dollars, is spending money on lawyers for patents and IPs. It's pretty critical, but it doesn't add huge value to the underlying value of the company. Just jump forward another one. This is where you all are. You've all probably going hungry and eating noodles because you're not earning any revenue. The goal has to be to get to the black line, which is actually making revenue, but it's really tough. Jump me forward, please. Typically, VCs come in at this part when you've actually started to make money. So where the red line goes up through the bottom axis, where it says first, second, third. Typically in New Zealand, we call it Series A, Series B, Series C. Mezzanine is like a debt funding round, and then you go for an IPO or some kind of listing. Most VCs and private equity firms will come in once you're in revenue, where your company is inherently more valuable because you're actually generating sales, which is very exciting. And one more slide. And that is the goal for a company, is to get to a market listing, an inflection point where you can have impact in the world. Now, I'm just going to dive into the valley of death because it's a scary place. So if you can go forward a slide, and once more, because your finger needs a workout. There we go. Zooming into that space, it's quite a complicated area. You're quite excited when you're just starting. So all of you here, I think, are in week three or week 4 of the program. It's wonderful. And you've got this enthusiasm, but then partway through the course, reality will set in because you're thinking, does this work? Am I actually going to be successful? How much is this going to cost? Is Uncle Brian going to lend me the money that I can actually eat? And then you flow down into the trough of sorrow, and then you start to jump along the bottom for a bit. And this is completely common, and it seems quite debilitating, but it's actually a good place to be, because during these hard times is when you get some battle scars and you start to get wise, and you start to not quite trust everybody around you, and you start to really focus in on the technology. And the squiggly line is when things start to actually work. In most cases, the thing that works isn't what you thought it was. It's not a bad thing. And that squiggly line actually is quite a long period of time, and you can meander all over the place. And the key is during that process is to have partners alongside you, people you trust, and more importantly, capital, so that you actually can get to the end, because there's no point having a product when you can't sell it. Now, the way we work within Bridgewest Ventures, we have 2 milestones within our companies. We do an initial seed round of roughly $1 million. There's just 2 milestones. The first one is usually 6 months in, and the first one is MVP. What is the minimum viable product that you can build? So if you came to an investor and said, I have a platform that does this, or I have a technology that does that, we have a 6-month window to build it. That's how early stage we are. If you have a prototype, fantastic. But in most cases, we're investing very, very early stage when it's still quite conceptual, or when it's even just a patent. The second 6 months is about selling it. And the reason that's so important to us is that in the second 6 months, you need to derive some revenue. And the more money that you can derive in that second period, the less money you have to borrow in the next round. So I'll just repeat that statement. If you can derive revenue in the second 6 months, the less money you have to borrow in the next round. Because the only thing that is certain in startups is that you will run out of money. And if you're good at budgeting, and I'm an economist, I'm very good at budgeting, you will know the week that you run out of cash. And 6 months before that date, you need to start sweating and thinking about how I'm going to raise the next piece of money. Now, if you haven't managed to prove your product, you haven't managed to sell it, your valuation will not be what you think it will be. And therefore, the money you raise will dilute you. Or you may have to borrow at extortionate terms, or you may have to mortgage a house. There's so many ways around it. So the pressure is always on the founder to generate as much value as you can for every dollar that you employ to get to that point. I think we'll just jump forward to the last slide, which is just a placeholder slide. There are lots of VC firms across New Zealand. There are lots of opportunities. I'll just reiterate that if you can avoid borrowing money for as long as you can, whilst you solidify your ideas and test the market, is the best thing you could possibly do. It could save you enormous amounts of money. But the opposite of that is don't wait too long, because whilst you're asleep, there are people around the world that are running really, really fast. New Zealand is a small country. We have incredible entrepreneurs and innovators, and often we're just too slow to get to market. We've seen many companies that have had incredible valuations just fail when they try and leave New Zealand because they haven't quite got to the sales or the value point when they need to go and borrow $5, $10, or $20 million. I'm around for the whole evening, so I've got lots of questions I can answer for you. I'm happy to divulge everything about our deals and our terms, happy to talk about our competitors. It is a really, really good ecosystem for raising money in New Zealand. There's not a bad egg amongst any of the VC firms, so you're very fortunate that if you get to choose a company to work with, there's nobody that is operating in an unethical manner. Thank you.
John, thank you so much. And again, guys, take that opportunity to talk to John. But I think what John said was try to sell your product. Well, that's for a lot of us easily said than done, because if you want to sell your product, you really need to understand your market. You really need to understand the value that your product can give to that market and to that customer, to that consumer. And that's when you are really relying on people like Google to help you with understanding trends and understanding the market and what is actually going on there, and how can I make soup out of all the data that is out there. So I, with great pleasure, introduce Dougal from PwC to talk you through that.
Thank you. I'm just going to use one slide.
Okay.
So we flip through it and I'll tell you to stop.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you for having me here today. I appreciate it. And I've really enjoyed listening to all of the stories and journeys that you've already been on. And the last session was very relevant. I've been involved in different companies. Previously, my background, I've actually worked in startups. So I've gone through that funding round. I know the experience, and going back and saying, can I please have some more money? It's not easy, it's hard. And then I've kind of been lucky enough to progress out of that space, worked in a large number of different companies. Some of them have ranged from international business, generally in the primary sector. Worked at NZTE as a director down the South Island. So I got the opportunity to travel internationally and visit some of the accelerators over in places like New York, which are fantastic and had that scale and size, which, you know, it does make life easier, but it's also fiercely competitive. But some of the times I look back on those times and say, gosh, it was, you know, what comes out of New Zealand and the food and fibre sector is pretty amazing. It's just the challenge of the market and getting the products to market and the culture that has been driven in New Zealand around actually getting startups up and going. I then have moved into working in the science and tech space, so out here at Lincoln itself. So I understand what the community is like here, the challenges that go through, particularly around a number of times IP has been discussed today. Setting vision has been discussed in numerous conversations I've heard as well through people. So again, you know, I have a lot of frustrations around some of the science and tech that comes out of the CRI world, for example, universities. And then sometimes where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere, it gets put in a folder, it doesn't progress in commercialization. So commercialization is really topical. You've got the ability or the opportunity here to actually drive the outcome that you really want to get to. My role at PwC is an executive director in the consulting team. Our consulting team in New Zealand consists of over 350 people. So it's probably one of the largest consulting firms. So most people think of PwC, oh, you do tax and audit. But that's obviously not just the case. Consulting business for us, for an organisation, is the fastest growing space in our business. Within that, we have different divisions, and one of them that we have a pure focus on the food and fibre sector. We also have, I think, another area alongside consulting, and we call this more of a one team area, is our deals and merger and acquisition team as well. And in Christchurch, it's a very strong team. And there's a strong number of people down here working in that space, and it's also obviously on a national basis as well. But we do keep it very much a one team focus in that area. A number of people which I've enjoyed, sustainability, climate change in that space. There's been a number of presentations about that today. We work with a number, kind of the type of work that we do. We work with a number of generally, obviously corporates in that space. We work with a number of councils. I know we had discussions with Christchurch City Council around sustainability and climate change strategies. So we do a lot of that work. We would do work in the area of digital transformation or transformational changes, or some companies, large companies come to us and say, we're not sure what we want to do. We need to set up a hub, or we need to set up a new precinct, but we actually don't know how to do it. Can you come and help us do that? Or what does it look like? Or they say in other areas, it may be our whole operating model just doesn't seem to be working. Or sometimes even these large companies say, we actually haven't got an operating model. So what do we need to do? Can you help? So this is where we use an approach, we call it a BXT approach, which is kind of around business experience and technology. And then we tack on agile at the end of it, because everything we try and the way that we work in PwC consulting is in an agile manner, an agile approach. We've all gone through agile training. And the key focus for us is very much around how do we bring diverse perspectives to conversations and to people's thinking. And to do it, one of the ways that we really focus on is we have what we call them sandboxes, which is like a design room, design labs. We have them in Auckland and Wellington already established. And we have professional design coaches who are in there to help facilitate the sessions and to get the most out of it. We're investing in that in Christchurch as well. So we'll be setting that up in June/July. It will be finished. It's there's a floor, an area put aside already for it in the PwC building. So that'll be up and running shortly. So we're really investing in the market, and we see Christchurch in particular very strong around the food and fibre sector. We deal a lot with just about all of the meat companies at a corporate level, and we also deal with the likes of Fonterra, Synlait as well. So we've got a lot of connections, and then obviously we deal with kind of the medium-sized enterprise organisations as well. But the process we go through, it was kind of refreshing to hear everybody talk today. It's pretty much you're on the wavelength of the way that we work and the way that we think, which is, how do you think about the expertise that you need to bring into your business to actually understand what the real problem is or the challenges that you're facing and how you're going to try and fix that. That's a session we would always have. I think it was the Buzz Boys actually said we need to be bold around what the vision is. I think that's one thing we always say. You need to set a really high expectation around your vision and where you want to get to. And then you need to work backwards about how you're going to deliver outcomes against that. And that will iterate. You need to continually iterate and go through that process and say, right, we've got to here. This has worked. Let's give a tangible outcome. How do we deliver that? What has worked? What hasn't worked? We get all those learnings. And again, everyone's been saying today, what are the learnings you've captured from the different sessions that you've been going through the program you've just been running for a short time as well. And then another thing here is around human-centered approach. I mean, everyone talks about a human-centered approach, but at PwC, we really, really drive that. And hence, that's why we're investing in the work labs or the sandbox facilities. We bring people in to actually listen and capture insights and thoughts from customers, and we'll do those customer workshops as well with the potential customer to understand what the real problem is. Too many times we go and talk to customers and they're jumping straight into solution mode, saying, rightio, this is the outcome, this is what we're going to do. Yeah, we're on our way, we're on our journey, we know what's happening. We see if you actually stopped, thought, look back, and really challenge yourself around what the customer really wants. Do you understand what competition is doing in the marketplace? Have you done the basic SWOT analysis, et cetera? And generally the answer is no. So we pull them into these purpose-built facilities, which will then allow them, again, it was that conversation that Left was talking about. Actually, I was at the session when John and Sparta were head of, it was actually the Lincoln Hub days. There was a 24-hour workshop which they worked on, and they came up with a concept way back then, and that was probably 5 years ago, I think, at least. So that concept of sketching out an idea, what does it look like? What does my long-term vision and horizon look like for the business is really important, and we do that. So we'll have 3D design drawers drawing up and working with teams to send them away and do kind of the big picture. What does it look like? And then kind of break down from there. Okay, so how are we going to achieve that? What are we going to do in order to get there? It's been hugely successful. I mean, I've been at PwC now and we do a lot more than that, but I just thought I'd just do a very quick snapshot of it because I think it's probably very relevant for the type of work and the thinking and the processes that you'll be going through as groups or individuals. The business at PwC and consulting, as I said, it's been growing in leaps and bounds. I mean, I think the timing, the economy, it's an interesting stage. We've gone through a huge amount of challenges, obviously with COVID. The markets have been, a little bit unknown from our perspective. Right now, all of our customers are on airplanes and are overseas. They're visiting their customers face to face. So trying to understand what's going on. Everyone's kind of sick and tired of doing virtual meetings and talking remotely. Although we've learned how to run workshops virtually very successfully, but you know, at an industry level and for when you're starting your work, I'd really encourage you to get on the telephone or get face to face with your potential customers and ask those questions about, you know, where do they see the value? What do they really want from a product or service that you're looking to develop? So, you know, although we do target obviously the corporate markets, we have got our own internal strategy within food and fibre. One of our pillars is innovation and investment. And I've got a strategy workshop in June coming up, and it will be one of the key questions I mentioned to somebody today here actually is going to be, what are we going to do in that space around investments and innovation in the food and fibre sector, and what does that look like for in the startup space? Because there are gaps in that kind of that valley of death space is a challenge, and I totally agree that if you don't need to capture and ask for money or borrow money, don't do it. But the time will come, and are you prepared for those situations? That is kind of the bread and butter work that our deals team and M&A team will get involved with larger organizations. And they say, right, I either want to get organized a JV, sell off part of my business, all of my business. And so what does that look like? What information do you need to make sure that when you are pitching to a JV type organization, then you are prepared to make sure that you can put your best foot forward. So we will be, as part of the Food and Fibre Agri Challenge, be providing a service which I've organised with Dave to provide a workshop, and we'll tailor that and facilitate that for the, I think was it going to be the winner or one of the winners? One of the category winners. So we will tailor that and personalise that using the PwC expertise and together to work through for a package which, you know, you see will capture the most value. That may come from as I said, like something like a workshop, strategy planning session, could be, I don't know, I mean, it depends how far you go. I don't think you need our tax guys involved in it, but we could bring them in. We could bring in multiple groups of people to make it worthwhile. So I wish you all the best. It's an exciting time, challenging time, but also a lot of fun at the same time. Thank you.
Hugo, thank you so much. I think you already heard the glasses tinkling and the goodies, the nibbles and the drinks arriving. This is when I'm going to say goodbye to everybody online and looking at this live stream or looking at the recording. At the moment in the room, what we're going to have is networking session. I encourage everybody to talk to our guests, and please feel free to have a drink, have a nibble. We are serving alcohol, so please be very responsible